Hallo und herzlich willkommen, greetings and welcome to the second qualifier of the third summer tournament. I am your host, NightDarkWolf, and the organizer of this tournament, and with me, I have CoreData here.
Hello.
This is, like I said, the second qualifier, which is the last qualifier, so we will see this evening who will go to the final stage. As the qualification table stands as follows, Magaka disqualified because he was first place in the qualifier last week, or when you are watching this 2 weeks before this. And in second place comes Nordigod with 8 points, Ares with 7 points, and Yum Yum with 6 points. Because we had this week not enough players to make a top 8 final stage, we will be playing with top 4 final stage. The final stage stream will be held 13th August, 3 PM GMT per usual. Let's see the bracket for today. We have some returning players and we have some new faces as well, but not as new as we had last week. In Seed 1 we see Ashara, who is returning from last year, where she made it to the final stage. Then we have Grace Van Deer, whom we have seen last week as well. Then we have Nocturnal, Dramist, Zeitgeist. Then a name that some might recognize, Complete Idiot, who is also known as City Talker. He is really active on Reddit, and I think, yes, in the second qualifier last year we had him playing as well. Then we have Ares and Yum Yum, which is a matchup I'm especially looking forward to, because this is the matchup we had as third place match last week. So the matches we will be casting are first is Ashara versus Grace Van Deer, and then Ares versus Yum Yum, and then both the semifinals, and then the finals. So let's move into the matches themselves. The first match, Ashara versus Grace Van Deer, where Ashara brought an assassin, a monk, Guildsworn and Tribunal Temple. Grace Van Deer brought Battle Mage, Daggerfall Covenant, House Tilvani, and the Empire of Cyrodiil. Go, take it away.
So some very interesting decks brought again this week, and in that vein, a lot of very interesting assassin decks. We'll talk more about them as they come up, but seems that people tend to experiment a lot with assassin in particular when it comes to tournament lineups. This week, Ashara are bringing a mid-range consume assassin, so looking to get some value out of cards like Midnight Trespasser, Blackworm Neophyte, and Illicit Butcher by consuming cards such as Territorial Viper when it comes to Blackworm Neophyte, turning it into a Leaf Lurker-esque effect. Illicit Butcher as a bigger Harpy, and Trespasser is just a 1-cost 3/3, which is fairly solid by itself. Then we have a Strike Monk. Strike Monk is a deck I'm very fond of myself. Basically a mid-range monk that aims to end the game with Monk Strike and Swift Strike to deal massive burst damage. But other than that, the game plan is very straightforward. You curve out and you try and kill him just on turn 7 with the Strike combo. Then we have a mid-range Guildsworn solid deck. As always, mid-range Guildsworn takes a lot of cues from mid-range Battle Mage, in that it tends to run the full suite of giants, as well as some very beefy mid-game creatures, such as Alfiq, Phalanx Exemplar, and the likes, as well as having some very, very potent early game, as well as reach in the form of Lightning Bolt and Ancano. And the final deck from Ashara here is the mid-troll Tribunal that we've seen time and time again brought year after year. It's a pretty tried and true deck. We're all fairly familiar with how it plays out, so it's going to be interesting to see how it lines up into Griswandir's lists. So Griswandir himself has brought a Crab Battle Mage, a deck that's pretty much on the rise. Basically just an aggressive Battle Mage list that looks to fill the board with Old Salty's Assault, activating both Uruk Hunter as well as Alfiq Conjurer to give you massive swings on turns 5 and 6. And then you're basically just trying to end the game fairly quickly with things like Sentinel Battle Mace, Merika Ratswala, as well as Ancano. Grace Van Deer has also brought a very strange looking Daggerfall deck. So it's Old Salty's Daggerfall, but he's basically, the Osa has been used as a mini conscription to power play Flesh Atronach for a combo kill with Unstoppable Rage, from what I can see. So it's an interesting list. We're going to see how it plays out. The early game is aggressive, but the late game is aiming for a combo kill. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. We have a fairly straightforward Telvanni conscription deck. It is an alter conscription deck, so It's a little bit slower, as well as it funnily enough doesn't have Necromancer's Amulet, which is a strange exclusion when it comes to Altar. But it's going to be fun to see how this one plays out. There's no copies of Aelid Guardian, but we do have one copy of Debate's Experiment, which is likely going to be for Alaneth or potential Red Brahmin. But we'll see how it plays out. And finally, he has brought a Curse Control Empire. So basically, looking to control the game with early game goblins, things like Murkwater Witch, Three-Footed Warchief, to like very quickly kill things. You've got copies of Leaf Lurker in here as well for dealing with damaged creatures. Murkwater Scourge, Shaman to generate curses, Sheer Points to make the curses far stronger. And then you've got 2 copies of New Era Aelid Guardian and a copy of Marak at the top end. You're looking to basically survive the early game with the goblins, play for board, and then win off the back of Aelid Guardians in a New Era. But yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how these lineups play into each other. We have already got the bans. Grace Wandier has banned the Strike Monk from Ashera, and Ashera has banned the Telvanni Conscription. 2 solid bans, 2 decks that are very powerful and fairly well known. Strike Monk is an older deck, so people are fairly familiar with how it plays and how quickly it can kill you. And Telvanni is Telvanni, so yeah, we'll move straight into the games.
And here we go. Ashera on the Assassin deck and Grace Wandier on Battle Mage. The Manic Jack-in looks like something you should keep. But the Viper... you will know.
Yeah, no, yeah. Yeah, you're looking to keep the 2 and the 3, drop the 4. So Ashera, interesting, drops the FGR. Let's find a Trespasser, which is solid on 1. And from Grace Wandier, looking also fairly solid in range. Mudcrab on 1 into Clan Captain. We have turn 4 Osa, as well as a Fear Totem to deny some tempo.
But then there is a Giant Snake and Fingers to transfer the Osa.
Giant Snake, another interesting inclusion. I believe she's only running 1 copy. A card that sees play from time to time, kind of comes in and out of decks. It's a fairly solid tool, it can snatch a lot of tempo in games where racing is very important. Let's see if it matters in this matchup. We see the Manic Jack get developed here.
Behold my magnificent monster.
Field.
It will probably get,
Yeah.
removed by the Firebrands.
Not sure how I feel about playing a field lane when you're holding the Shadow Shift.
Yes.
You know, this is Butcher off the top. Oh, real good target for just yet, but I think you just play it just to play something.
Yeah, you don't have... you have Snake for next turn and it isn't much tempo either. You need something.
So it's going to be interesting to see where Grace Wandier places this Osa. Surely aims field. You have to know that Ashera doesn't develop the Osa. Interesting. This might prompt Ashera to take the Giant Snake turn here just to bump the Clan Captain.
Is this interesting or a tempo throw? Because we could have played Dushnik instead.
True. I think the Warcrafter is better than Doucher, just because you're guaranteeing that, yes, it accomplishes more or less the same thing, but when you're playing the Doucher, you're pinging face for 1, you're losing out the ping value. The Ward keeps the 2/2 safe, and your 3/1 threatens to trade into the Butcher here. So we do see a Giant Snake come down. This would be Grace Wandier's time to Osa, now that the Snake's out.
Ooh, the Nyx Hound in this matchup. I'm not sure if I would want to give it to Ashera.
No, you always take the Nyx Hound. It's the cheapest thing, and Battle of Dusk is a 3/3 vanilla. For pretty much all intents and purposes, Battle of Dusk does nothing, so you're pretty much always taking the Nyx Hound. Grace Wandier takes the Battle Reeve. Excuse me?
Maybe with the Mighty Conjuring in hand, and then wants to combo there.
That's 13 mana though.
You play Conjuring one turn and then Battle Reeve next.
By the time I don't know about that one, Chief. This Nick sound like while the clan captain's in play, the Nick sound's not doing much, but the clan captain isn't gonna last forever. I mean, he can just take the double trade. Or Shara can take the double trade here, and she can just shackle the entire lane.
I think this is a Finger's turn.
Nope, this is you. I think you do just take the hound here, and then next turn you can go Fingers.
Draws first.
Shot shift.
And next time.
Ooh. You two can take the trade, which I mean you're happy enough with.
There is a Harpy and a Dushnik this turn. You can kill off the Butcher and shackle the Snake.
On the back of this, Shara goes for Fingers, kills the...
Oh! But then you have to attack, because else, why did you do this?
Grace Wanderer has kind of backed stuff into breaking the rune. Doesn't... Okay. Okay, so if you're a Shara here, you're just taking the trade into the 3-3, and you're probably just going for Fingers, ping off the 2-1, the 3-2, and the 2-3.
I could see Giant Bat and Ill-Fated Scholar this turn. Run the charge into the 3-2, and then you have Alfik next turn with Scholar. Because you don't have an Aethernak in this card pile.
Yeah, true. It's difficult to know what the correct line is here. I really don't know why Grace Wanderer took the Battle Reeve. That's just what's getting me. Yeah, so Ashera is going to go for the bat line here. Regen. Yeah. You're not really casting it on like anything else, so you might as well try and hit the high roll.
I think you have to Mighty Conjuring as Grace Wanderer without the Empower.
Yeah, just hope you roll a Storm
Yes.
Atronach here.
Or you could play a 6-mana 4/4, but that just doesn't make any sense. Your turn.
Jackal 3-2.
And then Battle Reeve? No, pass for 5 mana.
I mean, Battle Reeve is just, it's a 6-mana 3-3.
It's a 3/3. That's
It's a
worse than I
3/3.
thought. Oh,
Oh yeah, it's garbage. It's hot garbage. As I said, for all intents and purposes, it's a 6-mana 3/3 with no text.
I could see a reason for a pass on the Sheriff's side.
Yeah, I mean,
Because Grace Wanderer is not attacking. On the other hand, this is the Doom Krogami speaking, so
I can see a world where you just a FGR, into field lane and just fingers everything else, or just play the FGR and pass. But see a headhunter off the top for Grace Wandier. This is where the fingers line would have paid off. Charge, trades over. We still can just fingers here, clear pretty much all of this off.
And deny the stronger conjuring.
Exactly, yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the fingers kill the 5-1, the 2-3, and probably the Harpy.
If you don't do fingers, then Grace Wandier gets an 8-8 with
Yeah.
guard and breakthrough. That will become an 11-11.
At this point, Ashera must know that the leftmost card is Mighty Conjuring, just because Grace Wandier has held it the entire game and hasn't cast it yet. Because he's had no opportunity to cast it where it's active.
I do not.
Interesting choice to leave the Automaton on board, just to deny a potential outfeek.
Close ranks. Let nothing through.
See a Morkel Gatekeeper come down. So Ashera suggests, or suspects, that the leftmost card is potentially Alfiq.
Who's
is
just
why
waiting
she would
for
have-
an Aethrarch, yeah.
Yeah, which is why she would have left it the 2-3 alive. Because like I said, you've seen him hold that leftmost card for the entire game so far, so you know it's something that is waiting to cast.
Of course I'm on
The
your
Scholar
side.
gets us the 2. Weird card. If Ill-Fated Scholar was 2 mana, it would be so good.
Stand up. Protect us.
Oh, is that a 6 mana 3/3 like everything 1/1? It's like what? Less than half of a Skywatch Vindicator?
I think I would have cleared the guard with the Channel Storm and then gone face. You have a bolt in hand.
Sure, sharing here. I think you just trade the 3/2 into the 2/3. Avoid giving them the extra card. And just potentially just play the Alfiq in Shadow to soak up 3 damage.
Trade
Right,
the
an
Brute
action.
first to draw with Alfiq.
And you could play the Gambler into Shadow Lane, pitch one of the Mentor's Rings, play the Alfiq, overwrite the Brute. You really don't want to give Grace Wandier a card here.
I have a style point line here. After the Battle Reeve dies, Ashera steals it with Grey Fox and then discards it with Gambler.
I think I like just developing the Gambler and overriding the Brute, taking the trade then with the 3/2. Gives you the most options on your following turn. Buzz up, give them the card.
And there comes the... Oh, Prophecy.
Goes all in.
Lightning Bolt, alright.
And that's just
Face.
it's just lethal.
And then if you would have cleared the guard last turn, then you would have won. But you didn't. And you still win
well.
because of
Just top deck Battle Mace.
Battle Mace.
Just draw Battle Mace.
A fine god.
Alright. That's 1-0 to Grace Wandier.
Guide my blade.
The Battle Mage takes over the Assassin.
I mean, sometimes the Battle Mage just draws the Battle Mage cards. He's only running the 1 Battle Mace as well.
Second game. Oh, Ashera changed decks too. So this will be Tribunal versus Empire.
So Curse Control versus Mid Troll. This is going to be interesting. We have fairly
Who's
heavy hand
favored
for
here?
Shara. I think Grace Wandier is favored here, just because his late game is far greedier than Ashera.
If Grace Vendir can cast a new era, then he's favored. But I think otherwise I prefer the Tribunal over the Empire.
If the Tribunal can get like a decent mid game going, then yes.
Just in
But
step
if
lines.
Yeah, but if Ashera keeps drawing the way she has been drawing, given that she's holding a Queen's Captain and a Manticora, she will not win this game. Although we do find at least a House Defender and a Black Dragon.
Speak,
We can
citizen.
curve, which is the most important thing here for Ashera.
Curse execute on Grace from your side, but then you have nothing to do. And there is a fresh start still sitting in your hand.
Running the X is going to feel real bad when Ashera plays as Hive Defender. Bloody Hand Chef off the
Especially
top.
drawing Bloody Hand Chef.
Yeah. Grace Wandier is thinking about just testing field lane here and just go for it.
After the minus
Trade.
one, minus one, at least the Hand Chef will survive the trade. Moves in 2 turns. I
Black
think
Dragon
moves
here.
is... If Ashera can play moves,
My blade is death to assassins.
and then Grace Vendir plays fresh start.
I really don't like a fresh start, especially he's running, I think, 2 copies of it. Oh, he's only, okay, no, he's only running 1 copy, which is okay, more understandable. Interesting. Okay, marks the damage.
And there is the least flutter payoff.
My paws are quicker than your eyes.
I mean, he just simply knew he was going to draw it.
Aha!
The lead worker comes down, but Ashera is going to just drop
Moves.
a fully active Wilds Incarnate here. Oh, into a second one for next turn.
You fight well.
What I don't like about Discerning Thief in this deck is that all the cards I see in hand I would want to keep.
I think it's between Channel Storm and Golden Initiate here. I think you just drop the Initiate.
Yeah. You
Channel
have-
Storm has far more potential to kill something problematic later on. Initiate, you don't really need the drain.
Especially if you are attacking face.
Drops the Manticora. As Grace Wandier passes turn. The descendant of Alkosh.
This is not a pest anymore. Just saying.
Descendant of.
If this is a Javelin, oh,
Javelin.
then we can play Mighty Conjuring this turn. We have to wait an entire turn.
Unless Grace Wandier decides to take out the 3/4.
You called it.
In Discerning Thief is a problematic card. You do need to deal with it at some point because it just gives Ashera so much card selection. Being able to craft your hand around what the current game set is huge. I think we're just going to see a Mighty Conjuring ripped here.
Yeah. On. I'm not sure if delaying the Conjuring.
Speak.
I think
We have
I
already
think
seen
slamming,
a Javelin.
yeah, I think
and
just
the
slamming the
Leaf
Conjuring
Doctor.
there is fine.
Grace Vandir has a new era in 2 turns with Ring.
We're likely just going to see Ring Eurexia take the 5/6 here. So Ring Taz had to crash over. 2/3 into 1/1/3/3 goes face, and you just play another Wells Incarnate.
Second prophecy.
Luckily, Hound can still take the trade here on the Descendant. You always trade on board before you go face. Wells Incarnate into Shadow Lane just to preserve it against the Tazcad. This is just going to get stolen by Euraxia this turn, I would imagine.
Or you can play War Chief and Shearpoint.
I think you're just gonna develop Euraxia, take the 5/6 here. I think it's the most tempo. You've just seen Channel Storm come out. It does go for the Shearpoint, don't you? I guess Grey Surrender is holding out to potentially steal on Mighty Conjuring or the Atronachs.
And if nothing happens, you can just play Guardians next turn with Frank.
This is where I start to not like that Manticora pitch off the thief. It should have been the Polar Initiate.
As you pointed it out, the deeper we go into the match, the more favor the Empire deck will become.
Yep. We're hitting that point now of Grey Surrender is basically going to get to a point where he's going to snowball. Now Ashera has at least been fairly good at conserving cards in hand, so she will have things to do if a new era does eventually come down.
So many purses, so little time.
Gotta put steals a Harpy off the top. See a Luzra off the top here. So you just counterfeit Trinket here first, see what you draw. And then it's likely just Luzra Queen's Captain. Oh, Luzra and Kano is a solid line. Luzra Shadow and Kano Field Lane kill the Tazcad.
If you want to, you can Sarioni and Conjuring. Oh no, you can't, because of mana. You can, without the Exalt. That's 11.
And you can say you only give +1/+1 to the Captain and go for the Conjuring.
But then there is a Shadow Shifting race on the other side. So this is safe.
Just not develop the Luzra first.
Third Prophecy.
Second Javelin. So we're just gonna see On Day come down here then. We just see the Luzra come down after the fact. Okay. Under the Shadow shifts the Durzog over, take the trade on the Queen's Captain, draw a card, ends a Bloody Hand Chef. The Warquater Witch come down,
And then
probably
trade
cursed.
the Harpy. Not the Harpy, the...
4/4, take the tradable. Number 2, last turn.
Having a good night.
Edict off to the top for Ashura. I think it's just play the Queen's Captain. Kill the 3/3 Bloody Hand Chef. Get into the 1/1. Then Edict something. As soon as you commit this Edict, as soon as you commit anything remotely threatening, Grey Surrender just hits a new era and then immediately follows it up with Aelid Guardians, and then you're back to square one. big upside for Shara here is that Grace Wender is very far behind when it comes to cards in hand. So if he in New Eras and he plays Aeolic Guardians, he's gonna be struggling for things to do on the follow-up turns.
Yes. If you can
She
deal
might
with the
be-
Guardians.
Yeah, so she might be able to sneak the pressure through, but it's gonna be interesting to see. I think you have to destroy the 3/3 here before it spirals. Yeah. Would like to see the blade developed as well in Shadow Lane. Again, just presents some more pressure.
In Shadow or in Flood?
Shadow to keep your Luzra alive. Not worried about Field Lane. He's not running Dawn's Wrath, so there's no fear about developing anything into Shadow Lane. We're going to see the new era come out here then.
Having a good night.
Sure do. This gives Ashara the first chance here to redeploy, so she's going to probably just drop a Ren, Phalanx, and
Conjuring.
Wardcrafter.
I will play Aaron and Conjuring.
Oh yes, that's
Or
Phalanx
Phalanx
Conjuring.
Conjuring and then hope for
Aaron
Aaron
to
getting
recycle.
back the Conjuring next turn.
yeah.
Never give ground.
Then this gets stolen.
You have the edict to deal with that, so that's fine.
Ribbon is only the first step on my path to greatness.
Grace Wender would have been much further ahead if he had just spent the Eurexia on one of the Wilds Incarnates. He would have got an extra like 5-10 face damage. We're just gonna see the Eurexia immediately popped here by Edict.
What do you piercing Twilight?
I don't think you're not twilighting anything here.
Not
You're
this time.
getting it
but
for 5.
if you want to
Night Sweep, okay.
banish something.
if that was the third javelin. If you're twilighting anything,
I might consider the new era, just because of tilt value.
there's not many things you can really twilight because they've already spent 2 to 3 javelins. Likelihood of them hitting the third one's super high. They've spent 1 to 2
Yeah,
at New Era.
that
Them
was the
drawing
New
another
Era.
one's unlikely.
You fight well.
There's not many good targets left to twilight.
It might be unlikely, but if Grace Vander would have done it, then you're pretty pissed.
Kill them all.
Is this game? It depends on what Aaron draws.
I'm trying to think, is there a Sarioni line he can take here? She can take, sorry. You could Sarioni double Wardcraft. And what does Grace Wonder do? You exalt Sarioni, you Wardcrafter, your Atronach, and your Phalanx, and then Grace Wonder just dies.
Careful there, friend.
My sword is yours.
Maximize the buffs here.
I think we are. Alright, then that's fine. I was thinking if maybe we could have seen a Conjuring this time. The other one. But this is most likely better.
And I prefer holding the Conjuring because you've just seen a big old board wipe come out. Would have preferred to have seen the second Warcrafter over the Clan Sorcerer here.
Raise that.
We hit a Raise dead. It is the best. The
It
best
doesn't
blood spell.
matter anymore because Race Van Deer has no new eras in deck. And
Well,
that's
cursed. So that's this what I was talking about with the when it came to the new era. He had no cards in hand to follow up really.
Yes.
Ashera had done well to manage her resources that game, so that when the new era came down, she at least had things to do. So Grace Thunder had like the Eurexia and the Guardians, but that was it. That was the only fuel he had left.
Game 3.
Daggerfall
Both of them
versus,
changed the decks again.
versus Guildsworn. Guildsworn, a deck I am quite fond of, so we'll see how this plays out.
Are you fond enough to say it's favored here?
I think it is. Guildsworn is a deck that can very, very easily fight for ward, and against Grace Wender's early game, that's exactly what you need. Like, we're likely just going to see a ring. And we're likely just going to see a ring brigand here. So that's a 3-4 in turn 2. How is Daggerfall ever going to deal with that?
Missing an entire turn from Grace Wender.
This is kind of what I was talking about.
Yeah.
This is what I was talking about with the deck. That it's an aggro early game, but a controlling late game. And if you don't draw entirely one side or the other, you end up with hands like this.
The fighter's spirit stands ever ready.
So from a share side, I would like to have seen the Ring Wardcrafter after the trade there. Just to protect your Brigand and develop another body, but leaving it off is fine as well, because you do have a ring, or you do have Clouders next turn. See you both snapped off here on the 3-3.
Ring Phalanx.
Yeah. Pretty easily ring Phalanx, and then following turn you just ring out the Elfinic.
That's it. And that's too much tempo for.
Yeah, it's a lot of
Daggerfall.
pressure. Grace Wender gets developed to conjure here, but he's already behind. Shira has a Warcraft to take favorable trade as well as a Cloudress Illusionist, so
All power flows from the light of the three.
in this situation I think you just Wardcrafter on the 5-6, take the trade. The Brigand. You could also just douchenick the 2-2 and take straight with the 1-2 as well to clean up the board.
A little distraction might prove useful.
For the Cloudress instead.
Careful.
Rings out the Warcrafter afterwards to protect the Phalanx. The second Marauder Chieftain drawn by Grace Wender here. If you're Grace Wender, I think there's not really much you can do. You take the trade with the 1-2, you play a douchenick, you all pop the ward, and you just develop an all velocity behind it. It really
Do you
doesn't
pop
feel
the ward
good.
or you kill the Wardcrafter?
Yeah, no, you kill the Warcrafter here.
I slay the unworthy.
None of this feels particularly good as we see the third Brigand off the top. This is a perfectly lined up fingers. It's gone, but
And start.
those Grace Wenders.
Belly Giant can slow the tempo. with dealing with ward and the feelings, but then it will come back.
Yeah, and Shara gets to take the immediate trade here. Grace Wander doesn't even get to exert any offensive pressure here with it.
Your coin or your
See a
life.
cycle.
Choose.
Takes the trade, plays the Lozrat,
That's
line
right,
up
and
the
then we
Alfiq
have
next
Alfiq
turn.
next turn, yeah.
Da-da-dee-da. No, that's not right.
The Alfiq isn't active,
An unfortunate mistake.
is the only thing.
And I think Ashara realized that
Yeah.
with the emote.
Still triggers off the...
The forest will not.
The
Not
trigger
anymore.
phalanx? No, it's only 6+. It's only 6+, right?
Yes, 6+. But with the Lesnar getting silenced, it won't matter.
Probably just gonna see the Alfiq come down here anyway. Bruma plus Alfiq. Generate bodies. The field, Alfiq Shadow.
Phalanx and pass.
Okay.
Interesting. Grace Vendor can activate the Headhunter's charge effect.
Yeah, with a chieftain, and then just straight into the headhunter. Problem is he can't sequence it in such a way that he can just cleanly kill the phalanx, which is unfortunate. Because the chieftain has to come down first. You're taking a double trade to kill the phalanx here. You're still getting some breakthrough damage, but I don't think Grace Wander really cares about that. Grace Wander would prefer to just kill everything that's in play. I think you have to do it. So it opts for Necromancer, get back to Harpy, shackle on the 5-4.
And then you can play the...
The chieftain
Yeah.
now on top
The
of the...
gatekeeper.
Let nothing through.
So he's threatening a few
and
ways of
this is
clearing
fingers again.
the other perfectly lined up fingers.
And then you have Grey Viper Brigand with draw 2.
Yeah. And these fingers. In for 2 damage. 2 cards.
Your coin or your life. Choose.
Close ranks. Let nothing through.
There it comes down.
They will pay by the first.
Trade. Chair is in such a commanding position still.
And she has a better hand as well.
Mm-hmm. I would really like to see the Alfiq committed this turn. I think you just take the trade, you develop your 2 Brumas, you play your Alfiq, and you just
You have Conjuring next turn to follow it up.
exactly you make Grace Wender have to have the answer.
I think I would even consider playing the Alfiq Shadow. Just to have the 5-3. Oh,
Goes for a raw Conjuring just to set up for an Alfiq next turn.
Our hero, cleanse a warrior's heart.
Oh, I don't like this because this gives Grace Wender a chance to set up a board and then potentially get a rage off.
of a Headhunter.
I am the shield of my cause.
Not if it's
He's
traded.
just going to trade.
They will pay the blood price. Scorched
Clan Captain, that won't have bit breakthrough.
So Shara can just take the
Double
Damage
Profiteer
Beast.
and Conjuring.
yeah.
Or Spinner and Alfiq. If
I
you're
think- I
afraid
think
of
you
the chieftain.
I think you just develop all the bodies.
We see Arctic first. Then this is probably...
It's either Twilight or Spinner here.
Twilight. It will
Twilight
get
probably-
traded.
Just what does she banish off this Twilight? Wait, the last headhunter, right? Ah, the Necro.
Oh. But then there is a Necro in hand for Grace
He's already drawn the second Necro. But that's information Ashera now has. If Grace Vander goes to shackle the 7-5, Ashera can just silence it and kill him.
But then do you have any other choice?
How does
Khajiit will keep you safe.
does Spinner work with Starsung Bard? Wait, no, Bard reduces the cost of your uniques. Sorry, I'm thinking of Keeper of what's it, Keeper of Silence, the one that stops your other creatures being silenced.
Chimera, spirit of the sky, guide us.
No one best you.
I mean, this is just lethal with the
This
with
is
Spinner.
little, and we have Bolt as well. Skip the last rune, and Ashara it's up to 1 against Grace Vander.
Oh, that just leaves the assassin.
Assassin, yeah. The deck that got defeated the first match, but she has to win with Assassin yet. And we see her queue up against the Empire deck.
Okay, I would probably put her as favorite here. That's a full mulligan for sure. The hand she gets back isn't much better. Grace Vander's hand is very good though. You're just gonna see a Ring Thief here from Sharon next turn. Grace Vander is just gonna pass and predate the Brigand on the following turn.
Or curse and execute the Thief, if the Thief gets developed.
It's for Gambler.
Care to make a friendly wager?
Guarding a Crocodile Brute. And this is the play that actually no, it can still be executed if
No,
Spender
because
wants to commit.
Grace Vander has only 3 mana.
The top deck.
Oh,
Mark Witch
because the
first.
Reach, yeah. Then it gets executed.
It's a 3-for-1, and that does not feel good. It
No.
feels terrible if you're Grace Vander.
But then otherwise the share will draw.
You just developed the thief.
My paws are quicker than your eye.
Fresh
my
start
God,
drawn
yeah.
again.
One copy.
You coin or you
Brigand comes down to contest. Sorry, does get 2. Oh.
Draw 1 and
Like-
shackle the Brigand.
Yeah, you cycle off the Seal-Fated Scholar and you consume it with the Butcher.
Yeah, that's better.
I have your scent.
It's a ton
and
of bodies.
soon I'll have your blood.
It's a big tempo swing.
And this is why I'm not playing. I would always go for the draw because I like to see cards drawn.
Cards drawn off the top. This is the Butcher here just so it can't take the trade. Off first. Ooh, fingers.
Oh.
Ditch the Neophyte. You don't need it.
Who goes? Awaiting your command.
Grace Vander is on fire with hitting prophecies.
True. Sorry. I'm just in shock that I've seen Queen Baron's Eye get discarded off of a Discerning Thief. That's messed up. You ping the 2/2 and then deal 3 damage. You take a trade here. Yeah. The pitch. I don't know. There's Neophyte, but you could also pitch Gambler there. But I don't think you ever really want to pitch Baron Zaya. The curse come down. Off the ghost. We
See Raz and
go
down.
Raz.
You won't live.
The extra cards.
And then instantly discarded.
No, I think you get rid of the ring here. Never mind.
Oh!
Oh!
The instant
no.
reaction tells you everything you need to know. Oh.
This is the kind of thing that happens to me when I'm against a Raz. Every time they drop the Raz, I top deck the most impactful card.
Thing is, there is a chance that it won't matter.
Potentially. I don't know. If you're a Shara here, you're just playing Blackworm Neophyte, the Chronicle Gambler next turn.
And then you can see the Neophyte pitch.
There's actually no need to swing with the Raz last turn. You could have just swung with the Gambler, or with the Thief. You still would have broke through and drawn the card, and your Raz would have been in cover. Oh yeah, that's a good top deck.
Perfect for this turn.
Yeah.
Not pitching Neophyte anymore.
So yeah, you get in for 3 here. You see what the draw is.
Oh.
And I know for next turn as well. So you play Neophyte. I really think you, at this point you really do just need to discard the other Neophyte.
My command and rise.
There is no way you're discarding Uncanny
It's for
Aura
the card
Guardians.
draw.
Although you could discard the ring.
I think the ring is the least impactful card in your hand here. Guards the Guardians, okay.
I said this will be over before the Guardians could come down.
Yeah.
Because Ashara has an Ankano in hand. And I don't think that Racewender can do anything about this. You have to either play the Necromancer or the Milkwater Shaman this turn, and neither of those saves you.
I think you go Necromancer, get back a Murkwater Witch. I believe we have seen one die in Shadowlane already.
Yes.
So you play the Necro, you bring back the Witch, you kill the 1/1, you take the trade into the 3/3.
Rise, my servant.
I think you just, you
Oh,
do
there
die
was
to
no-
the... but this is
better.
roughly... Sort of favorable instead. Okay.
And so this
Oh,
is over.
Yeah, the Taz got off the top as well. It's in for 4. It's in for 4.
And
Cano
Mentor's
Fade.
Ring. Skip the
Mentor's
ring.
Ring skip. Yeah. That's it. Ashara takes it. 3-1.
And moves to the first semifinals. Welcome back to the third summer tournament. After the first match we have just seen between Ashara and Bracevandir, we have an updated bracket now. With two other matches, we see Nocturnal and Dramist battling against each other, where Dramist won 3-1. And we see Zeitgeist versus City Talker, where City Talker wins 3-1 as well. So we have 3 players already in the semifinals, and we will see who gets there for the 4th place.
Playing for the final slot in the semi-finals, we have Aros and Yum Yum. Aros bringing Battle Mage, Mage, Assassin, and Dominion. Aros has brought a mid-range Battle Mage, not too much to talk about, fairly standard stuff. Mid-range Battle Mage, one of the best and highest performing tournament decks of pretty much all time. Some interesting choices in the one-ofs: 1 copy of Forkbolt, 1 copy of Lesser Ward, 1 Firebolt, 2 copies of Pure Totem, and at the top end he is running a Mulemnir as well as a Fighters Guild Steward in the middle of the deck there. I'm not sure what the target is for the Steward. I'm guessing it is to do with a Berserker of the Pale OTK along with the Mulemnir. I know people used to play this as a finishing option quite a while ago. Play Berserker of the Pale, followed up by Mulemnir, and just give a breakthrough and kill them off the back of it. But we'll see how it plays out. The second deck is a Support Mage. 51 cards.
It's Aros, it's always 51 cards.
Yeah, no 51 cards, opting to go Mage instead of Monk. Monk, usually you see the Waxbane package, but this seems to be a more token, mono-yellow focused version of the support list. It's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Basically, the support deck wants to maximize the value off of cards like Signa Standard as well as Conjurer Spirit to make massive white token boards and then just basically give board-wide buffs in the form of Divine Fervor, Resolute Ally, and so on. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how mono-yellow works out. Well, I say mono-yellow, it's pretty much mono-yellow over the more tried-and-true Monk list. Then we have a Nixox Uprising Assassin. This is basically... I don't really know what to say about this. Uprising and Nixox aren't really my comfort zone, so I'm not entirely too sure what the plan is here. It's likely just going to be Nixox into a bunch of doppelgangers plus a giant bat. Basically just Nixox Telvanni, just without the ramp.
This is the original version of Nixox. It was the Assassin first and then the Telvanni, because the Telvanni proved to be more consistent. But in Assassin you can pull off the combo better.
Okay. See, this is why we have NightDarkWolf, because when it comes to Nixox and stuff like that, haven't a clue. But yeah, basically just a standard Nixox combo, but you're lacking things like Device Experiments as well as the ramp. So the breakpoints are a little bit different. And the last list here from Aros is a Uprising Control Dominion. Again, another weird list. There's no Nixoxes here, so it's not a Nixox combo. It just seems to be an Uprising for value style of deck, so it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. And we move on to Yum Yum. Yum Yum has brought a bit of a more aggro lineup. This would be close to something I would consider bringing to a tournament personally. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out in Yum Yum's favor. So yeah, deck 1 is the Archer. It is a move Archer. We saw this, I believe, last week. It's the same list he brought. We have a mid-grow warrior list. I say mid-grow. It's leaning far more aggro than mid-range. You're capping out on 5 with Woodrock Headhunter and Underworld Vigilante. It's very, very aggressive list. It's going to be exciting to see how this fares out. I don't think we've seen a list this aggressive in the tournament yet. No. So hopefully this one turns out. Hopefully it turns out good because Aros has brought some slower lists today. So we'll see how it fares. Then we have the mid-range Redoran. This is the mid-range Redoran with the Rage, the 2 copies of Rage on the top end. He brought this last week as well, I believe. This was actually one of the stronger lists in his lineup. This, I think, won every game it played, if I'm not mistaken.
It maybe lost once, but it was the best deck he had.
Yeah, as far as I think it might have been only one, but I can't remember. But it was definitely one of the stronger lists of his lineup last week, so it's good to see it back again. So yeah, we'll see how it plays out versus the slower decks of Ross. And finally, we have a Crabscription kind of token aggro Empire list. Again, I think he brought this last week, or a version of it. Pretty straightforward stuff. You're looking just to play an aggressive curve on the in the early turns into All Sorts Assault, and then just slap some buffs and kill your opponent. Straightforward stuff. So yeah, we'll move straight into the games.
So the bans were that the Mage got banned on Ares' side and the Warrior on Yum Yum's side, so you won't be seeing that this matchup.
We are gonna see the Aggro Empire lead straight into mid-range Battle Mage. This is actually an interesting matchup. I'm not sure what deck is actually favored here. Because Empire can get starts that are just very difficult to contend with.
But then you
We're
have
gonna see-
Conjurer and Forkbolt next turn, and you can Fingers turn 5.
My paws
Yeah.
are quicker than
We're just
your
gonna see the
eyes.
Turning Thief come down here. Likely just gonna develop the Mammoth. And we're gonna see the Conjurer Forkbolt with the Battle Mace as backup here for the following turn, just to reward, take a trade, and make another 5/5. This is a pretty straightforward turn, I think, if you're Ross. Question is which lane. Most likely Shadow Lane to protect the thief.
But then if you go Shadow, then the rewarding the Conjurer will be hard. Because enemy creatures will be in Shadow the turn they after. But you still go in Shadow just to protect the team.
Let's see, does Yum Yum take the trade here? If you're a Yum Yum, I think you have to. Ooh. Would have preferred to have seen the Harpy go Shadow, just so when the ward comes onto the Conjurer, it puts it in field. I think a little bit of a misposition there on the Harpy.
I think if you're Eros, yeah, you are the aggro now.
Yeah.
Because aggro Empire won't be able to deal with.
Or 2-5, like all 15
Medium
power in
Yeah.
the Shadow Lane. No, there's no way in hell Empire is dealing with this. Especially on turn 5.
And you can't race it.
Oh, the clock is way too fast.
This one's close. We can't have you up there. Halt, I say.
Don't believe.
Awaiting
Yeah, Yum Yum isn't running Cloud Rest, nor is he running it's cute.
Cunning Ally and Firebolt. Or you play the Fingers.
I think it's
Helps
just
to
ring
play
fingers here.
Yeah. Oh, this is 18.
It's exactly lethal if Yum Yum doesn't hit a relevant prophecy here, which I don't think there are any in his list. Exact
Oh.
lethal.
This was what, turn 5. Oh,
Just battle mage things.
convincing first game from Eros. 1-0.
No. This is exactly why people bring mid-range battle mage to the tournament, just because it does things like that with Brett and Conjurer.
So it's the Assassin and the Dominion left.
Yep. It'll be fun to see how these line up into Yum Yum's lists as
And
Yum Yum
the
brings in the
Assassin.
mid-Redoran.
Assassin versus the Red Run.
I would be lying if I didn't say that I think Yum Yum is favored here.
I would say the same, yeah.
You see a turn 1 Unglim from Ross.
Though the Ice Storm in hand
The Night Mother will
could, if Yum Yum plays really fast, then the Ice Storm will be crucial.
The problem is with Assassin, there is no acceleration for it, so it's coming down turn 5 in the earliest, and Yum Yum might just have him in a position where he's low enough to potentially just be dead.
Speak, citizen.
And there is a house card to.
Yeah. Because the
revamp
thing about
hand.
Redoran is a lot of its threats have 4 health.
I could
Oh,
even
Ice Storm.
see bolting the initiate here.
We're just gonna see a Viper cycled off here. Does opt to bolt, okay. Is Neophyte, Cult Neophyte, or a Blackworm Neophyte? Oh no, there is one Blackworm Neophyte, okay.
Canker Blossom.
The Mammoth come down, this one will get Vipered, I would say.
There we go.
I'm just gonna draw one card off this house card. He'll get set up by NightStorm, but he has a Mammoth to follow it up. It was a Rift Thane.
2 Uprisings and the Doppelganger. This hand only needs an Ixax.
The double Harpy come down.
We must protect our stronghold.
Yum yum.
I will push them back.
I was gonna say, do you think about how you commit here? It's just gonna be a
This is
Storm
an Ice
Ring
Storm.
Assassin. Yeah, Storm Ring Assassin.
I'm not sure about ringing the assassin because you might need a +1 Magicka with the combo
I lurk in the shadows.
for Ixax. But then
I like it because it cycles and it also at least gives you the initiative
There is
when
the
you
Lioness.
plays a creature.
Hold the line.
Speak, citizen.
and in Nyx Ox Assassin you're not actually that screwed if you see the Lanet in hand.
Yeah. Abner here to draw a card.
Be on the wrong side of history.
Path Mage.
Mage.
Here come down. I think if you're Yum Yum,
Oh,
see Bolt.
as Yum Yum you need to be really fast now.
Yeah, I think you're not contesting field lane. You're just racing in shadow.
Yeah, the combo is coming.
Doppel. I mean, Ross can play the Path Mage to draw a card.
No. You play the Doppelganger. You play Path Mage? I think I will Doppelganger the Abner turn to draw a card.
Thing about doppelgangers is it's easier to weave in alongside the Oxes. They're essentially free. It's Path Mage, because Yum Yum is getting more aggro. You're not going to have time to use the Path Mage for the combo, so you're just, I think, happy to cycle it here. A TGR. Because Yum Yum is presenting 14 damage in shadow. 15 plus 2, 16, 17 total damage, 2 off lethal here.
Oh,
There's the Ox.
I'm sorry to say, but it's over.
Fight well.
Yeah, Aeros knows it. I don't know if Yum Yum knows it yet, but it's over.
I'll learn the spell yet.
Here we go.
Ox reduced the cost of the Uprising, so now you can play it.
And then you won. This will be a long turn, but you draw an Ixax, and then you win.
They did play with turn timers, correct?
Yes, we are playing with turn timers. You have to be really fast, but if you bring Nyx to the tournament, then you are good enough on it to win.
He grabs the Mentor's Ring here, and then he darts. Okay. Let's see why he would need to go for an extra turn. He could have just got the ring, Dark Rebirth, Laneth, and got the bat last turn.
But you're not thinking when you're doing this. If you can't do it on routine, then you can't play Nyx on your own. So yes, the Dark Rebirth would have been faster,
We'll see how they like
but this is safer not to screw up. And you still have Ancano plus Dark Rebirth.
Yeah, so even if Yum Yum survives this turn here, he can't clear the board,
doesn't.
and Ross is healed to full, so...
Just in time. And this means that Aeros is leading 2-0 in 2 really quick games. Only the Dominion left.
Turn 9, Turn 9, full combo with Nixox.
Impressive to say the least.
It's far more impressive than my showings with the deck, I will tell you that. It is just Dominion left. We'll see what Yum cues. Yum brings the red one back. Oh, this is where things get a bit concerning for me, because Nixox Assassin, or the Uprising Assassin, had a win condition. The form of Nixox, Draws Ring, Giant Bat. This Uprising deck does not have any concrete win condition, it is just Uprising for value, so I'm not sure Ross is going to be able to seal this game out the same as he did last time.
I think that you play this deck as you would play a Tribunal, just for board. And then you have summon effects for value. This is why you run only 2 Uprisings and not 3.
Okay. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out.
I know a shortcut.
The right trigger, plus the trade, Foreigner.
Yum has 2 Sowers in hand. But then if he doesn't draw a 4 or less cost card, then he must skip
Casting.
the next turn.
Careful there.
If Yum can develop the swords and connect with them, it's a pretty big deal. And Ross develops a Warcrafter and an FGR, and we find a Dawnbreaker, which
And you have
It's
to
unfortunate.
play it.
I think you do.
As you can't even deal with the guard. You have to play it, yeah.
I would have considered just passing, honestly. That's just me. I see a sword come down here. The 6/6 trade with the 5/6.
True peace, ferocity.
Ah, okay, goes for Elastic Champion in Shadow.
If this can survive, then you have one chance to... If Aeros
Elastic Champion.
plays the Initiate, then you can generate one more Kashit.
Monastic Champion is one of those cards that it reads, right? It reads very, very good.
By the 8th, they will meet their mate.
In practice, it's never as good as you hope it is.
Citizen.
Just gonna see him crashing.
Oh,
One strike will be all that is needed.
Damn it. The recording like bugged out a tiny bit there. I thought he jabbed his own Monastic Champion for a second. To see a javelin off the top for Ross. We're just gonna see the jab on the 6/5 here.
and
He
do
is
you
in any
start
rush.
attacking after that?
Fingers.
Oh,
And for some damage. Made the arena and a douche off the top for Yum Yum. So revenge.
and
A squish. Yeah, Sora Revenge is a messed up card. Ross
Aeros
is
is
on the,
throwing so well,
Khajiit
though.
will keep
he
you
is.
safe.
He's on the mid-range plan right now.
You have Ankano next turn. Yum can execute the...
Ability to the world.
deal with that and execute the Warcrafter.
Score off the top for us. Soar will have dealt 11 damage by the time it dies.
Close ranks. Let nothing
Keeper.
I think this is a reason to play, yeah, TGRM fingers instead of the fingers.
That's a clean fingers. There's the uprising. On this board, he'll draw a card and what, make a 7/5?
Deal 5 with Encano instead, I think. I think we are going to see Encano played, and then next turn Uprising and win. I think I will maybe even consider going face here. But dealing with this over is safer.
Yeah. And you have to kill the Soar here.
Not if you win next turn.
I have many important things.
I think if you want to win next turn, you have to kill the Soar here.
Stendarr, give me strength. Should have been more worthy.
Cradle Crush comes down, as well as a douche to pop the Feek.
Then the cradle gets stolen by Mirak. Attack first, in case a prophecy comes out.
Reave off the top. If you're rush, you're more likely just to play the Manticore. Actually, no, yeah, no, Mirak is better. Forgot the Mirak had the discount on it.
You could go Javelin and Revitalize or better Reave if you want to. But I think that's less tempo than playing Mirak.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Miraking here is the correct play.
And then you can, even if Yum Yum plays a guard, which he will in Dushnik, then you can just steal it with Uprising, or destroy it with Manticora, or destroy it with Javelin.
Well, is still alive here though, because you just played douche, pop with the 5/1, squish the Wimpy, kill the 6/4, and then you just develop your map and your 2-drop, right?
Mm-hmm.
Should have been more worthy.
You're still very much racing.
Stendarr,
I don't even
give
know
me
if you
strength.
play this in
We must protect our
field.
stronghold.
You have to kill the Mirak.
My arcane spear. This day will be mine.
Instead of the Cradle.
Yeah.
And then this is a Manticora. Alright. We see a trade. And the last stand from Yum Yum. But he didn't throw anything that could help him. So it's a clean trio from Ares, and Ares is the 4th player in the semifinals. So the next match we will be spectating is Ashara versus Dvemest, the first semifinals, and we will be right back in 5 minutes. Welcome back to the second qualifier of the third summer tournament. We are just about to go into the first semifinals we will cast. It's between Ashara and the Dramist. We have already seen Ashara play in the quarterfinals. She has brought a mid-range Consume Assassin, a Strike Monk, a mid-range Guildsworn, and the Mithril Tribunal. But the Dramist we haven't seen play yet, so Core will be going over his decks.
Yeah, so Dramist has brought mid-range Battle Mage, a mainstay in one of the most popular tournament decks of all time. Pretty much not much to say here. Fairly standard build of mid-BM. He has made room for one copy of Tel'Vos Magister. He's running a couple of spicy ones in here as well, such as Douche All Archer. There's one copy of Earthbone Spinner, a single Channel Storm, a single Firebolt. But he is running the playset of Cunning Ally. One copy of Wilds Incarnates, as well as 2 copies of Fingers of the Mountain to give him a little bit of flexibility in the mid-game to potentially clear off some problematic lanes. But other than that, fairly standard list. The one thing he's actually not running that is a little bit odd to me personally is there's no Cradle Crush in the list, but he is running the Double Belligerent Giant. But yeah, we'll see how this works out for him. As far as I can see, he's playing Tel'Vos and 2 Fingers over Cradle Crush. So we'll see what way this pans out. The second list he brought is a Move Archer, another fairly common list, and we've seen it a couple of times this tournament as well. It's one of the stronger aggro decks in the game. You can get some very, very fast early starts with Caravan Enforcer into Dune Smuggler to give you like crazy early game aggression, followed up by things like Bewildering Speed, Moves and Shadows to give you a lot of flexibility as to where you're actually placing your creatures. And then in the late game, you're finishing people off with things like Apex Predator and Strike, as well as the Razin that has on the top end, as well as Dune Ripper to give you some flexible removal. All in all, very good deck, very good at keeping the tempo. So we'll see if it can take some games off of Ashara here. The next list is a mid-range Guildsworn list. Again, another very popular tournament list. There's a lot of similarities, obviously, with the mid-range Battle Mage list we see. I think this is also one of the more popular decks brought to tournament. I think it is tied. I think it actually is tied with Battle Mage for amount of people that brought it. So yeah, fairly standard stuff. The only thing I want to point out is there's a copy of Vivek in here, so it's an interesting include. And the final list from the Duemist is mid-range Dagoth. Again, another incredibly popular list. Dagoth is one of those decks that just kind of wants to curve out and kill people. So you're aiming to pretty much just play Traitor or Dreamer on turn 1 or 2. Into your 3 drops of Slayer, Daggerful Major, Oathman, and then you're basically just trying to slam a turn 5 Hand of Dagoth, and then just kind of go from there. There is, I believe, 2 copies of Swift Strike in here, as well as a potential burst option just to close out the games a little bit quicker. Other than that, pretty much a bog standard version of a mid-range Dagoth, so there's not too much to say about it. It's just a very, very solid list. So yeah, we've already got the bans in. So Duemist has banned Ashara's Guildsworn, and Ashara has banned the Move Archer. So we'll move right into the games. So game 1, the Duemist is on the mid BM and Ashara is on the Mithril Tribunal. What you make of this matchup?
Alright, I'm not a mastermind, but when I play mid BM and I quay up against a Tribunal list, I'm usually feeling terrible, unless I have a good starting hand.
I am totally 100% in agreement with you, because Tribunal is one of the few decks, at least the mid-range versus Tribunal, is one of the few decks that can go toe-to-toe with Battle Mage in terms of its threats, but it also has the removal to back it up. So it's one of those decks that can fight very, very well against Battle Mage. Like, the big warded threats don't really matter when your opponent is firing off edicts.
Yep.
So yeah, it's a matchup that favors Tribunal, but it's very much dependent on how the Battle Mage draws.
And this is a matchup where you never play
I keep a spare
Breton
blade.
Conjurer without popping off the board.
Oh, 100%. This is not a matchup where you can play a naked Conjurer at any stage. You need to have the Rapid Shot or a Ping in hand to get the value immediately, because there will 100% be a negation in hand, because they always have negation.
I think having the Fingers in the deck helps you against this particular matchup. Because you can pop the ward and attack.
Yeah, you can pop Ward, make a 5/5, and then clear off 2 things, which is fairly potent, as we see the second Skin Hound come down here. And the Duemist draws a Breton Conjurer. So this will be active next turn with the Rapid Shot. Obviously just passed here. Server Ring Charge, no need to commit anything. We're going to see Shara more than likely develop this Black Dragon.
The Dark Brotherhood is a pox.
Which is going to line up very poorly for the Duelmist here, because the Duelmist is going to want to play the Conjurer, rapid shot it, make a 5-5, but the Shara has a Warcrafter to preserve the 5-5 and take a favorable trade into the 1-1 left over. The Duelmist is going to commit the Lesser Ward here. That's a ballsy play.
Which won't be punished this time.
Yeah, it works out this time.
Still, Ashari is probably warding the Black Dragon and then playing the Discerning Thief in
100%.
in the other lane. So if Wardcrafter goes into Shadow, then probably Thief goes into field.
I think you hold the attacks here and you develop your Thief.
And you have Channel Storm next turn. I could see an argument for Discerning Thief in Shadow, and then you have a better Channel Storm next turn.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. I think both plays are fine. You're still happy enough to fight for lane control here. We're just gonna see probably a crash into the 2-2 and Ring Fingers. Here's the Black Dragon here. Javelin off the top, a very good find.
But you don't have to play it yet. I think
Depends if Ashara values getting the Pilfer here or not.
You could crash in the Skinned Hound and play Channel Storm.
Yeah, but if you're doing that, you're committing to taking the trade onto the 1-1 with the Discerning Thief. Because the last thing you want to do is let that get another ward. Or get more value. So it really depended on how much Ashara valued the cycling effect. Let's try to size up this douche Nicky Archer here.
I could even imagine cycling the Hive Defender in this matchup.
It was either, I think that the play was either cycle the Hive Defender or cycle the other Thief. I think that was likely the correct pitch if you were to go that route. In this mission, I think you just play the Douche Y'all, ping face, and
you
channel
ping face
storm
or you ping
3/4.
the Wardcrafter?
You ping face because then you just ring the channel storm to kill the 3/4. This way, Ashara is forced into a trade here. Well, on the surface, but it's likely it's going to be a Hive Defender.
And maybe even a Harpy. Or you can hold Harpy for a bigger target, if you want.
Yeah, I don't think you need to commit the Harpy. Just commit the Harpy here.
I think it's both for tempo and to preserve the Discerning Thief if something happens with the Hive Defender.
Let's shed some light on the problem.
This does hit off the ally here. Into a Skaven.
They will perish in flame.
Plus Firebolt to clear off the Thief here. Op's not too interesting. Seems like a Javelin here. get in for more damage. Just develop this on the Clans Orc.
Yeah, if you have cycled the Javelin, then you play on the...
We draw power from their blood.
We do see a Alfiq in the hand of Dwemis here, which is going to come down fully active thanks to the Brenton Conjure earlier on in the game.
And you can play...
I'll kill you.
Yeah, if you do that, then you can play still the Firebolt and the Alfiq.
Yeah. And Dwemis is going to feel fairly comfortable here developing this Alfiq because he's just seen a Javelin get cycled at the hand of Ashera. Instead opts to go for the full clear. Just remove the on day as well as the full board. And just develop behind it. And this is not great for Ashera.
Playing the Javelin on the Thief... Yeah. But then you will feel not so good with Alfie coming down.
We're just going to see an Alfiq develop alongside a Cunning Ally here.
It will keep you safe.
And
the
then there's
next
going to be an
turn,
Abner turn on the back side of it, yeah. And there's 2 Frost Atros in the grave, so the Abner is also going to get full value here.
Let's do this.
Oh,
The ally misses. See Queen's Captain come down here. I believe it's on Destroy at the moment.
I
if I'm
have
not
no
mistaken.
idea how it works. I know it's a Destroy, yeah, and a throw
Yeah,
too, but I have always to check which one is active.
Yeah, on even turns it's Destroy, on odd it's Draw 2. But the Abner is going to come down and just poop out another 7/5.
Die, sweet. I have you now. This one is in
Setting
no
Sheriff to
mood
16
for
here.
I will
Abner's
not
arm comes down, activates the Alfiq summon.
I have a feeling that even the Temple Conjure will be played.
Just for tempo? No, I don't think
No.
so. Yeah. Shara is now in a very tough spot. You have to challenge Storm the 4/3.
Yes.
Develop Emperor's Blade in. Ooh. So you're taking the trade into the 3/1. You're challenge storming the 4/3. Where are you placing this blade out?
I think you play it in field, but then you
So
open
think-
up you open yourself up to
Battle Mace lethal.
yep. And this is why you have to play it in Shadow, although it will just get traded.
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel good no matter what you
And
do
there
here.
is a third Alfiq already in the advanced hands. I think that pretty much seals it.
Yeah, well, it's actually the second Alfiq, the
Yeah, Abner was the same.
Abner, yeah. There is still the opportunity for a 4th Alfiq. So Firebolt the 1/2. Play another Alfiq.
Khajiit will keep you safe.
And this game is pretty much over in this position. As we see the second and the third Queen's Captain drawn for Ashera. Unfortunate.
1-0 to the Divanist.
She reached. She should have been playing Power of John TV.
Professional caster moment.
Yeah, just have Power of John TV in the deck, and you don't die.
And with Discerning Thief, you can discard it when you don't need it.
Exactly.
I think we found the spot for Power of the MCV.
As Ashera's running back the mid troll here, while the Dorma swaps to the mid range Dagoth. I've been playing so much Magic recently. I keep wanting to say Teamer.
You can trust me.
The Divanist's hands seem really good right now.
Yeah, so this is going to get Harpied here. Into next roll. Next turn is going to be go face ping with Challenge Storm.
My paws are
Oh,
quicker
instead it
than
goes
your
for the Discerning Thief line. Okay. Potentially just looking at Ring and an Edict next turn.
There is a chance that Ashera gets a free turn with how the Duelist's hands looks
Oh,
right
yeah.
now.
I think you just pitch the Skin Town here and Channel Storm the 4/4. In a sheriff's position, I don't feel comfortable giving up any of the harder moves versus Dagoth because the
No.
amount of ward
Yeah.
in the deck. You could consider maybe giving up one of the Channel Storms, but it's still going to have value later on, whereas Skin Town, I think, is the most expendable card. Does opt to give up a Channel Storm.
Taste fetch.
It's one free turn, but then it's Cliff Racer into Telvas or Outfig, into Conjuring or Belly Giant.
I think we're going to see Telvas come down because it's safer into it's safer in terms of actually trying to guarantee the Conjuring. And if the Conjuring dies, or if the Telvas dies, you can at least then fall back on Alfik afterwards. Choosing to get rid of the Initiate here. So we're probably going to see all the Loathing plus Skin Town developed.
Do you Skin Town, do you Skin Hound, or you play the effect on Tooth?
I think you actually buffed the Thief, yeah.
And Ashura goes that way, yeah, too.
It just keeps out of range of Lightning Bolt.
There
And
is
also
the
Cliff
cradle
Racer.
you needed.
This is going to be a very nasty Cradle next turn. Shira draws. First, we see a Thaden. I think here you're okay to ditch the Discerning Thief and just ring Thaden in field. Which is gonna suck into oh,
Shadow.
Shadow. Okay. It's gonna suck into the Dwemist's current hand, given how big some of the creatures are. But Ashero will get to draw this turn. Manticora. I think you just get in for 6 and shackle the 6/4.
And then if a Mighty Conjuring comes out,
You
then
have
you
Edict.
have Edict.
Yeah, I think in this, I think if you're a Shero, you don't want to spend the hard removal just yet. You want to try and delay. Does opt to spend an Edict and doesn't opt to break the runes. This does put Dwemist into a position of... It's a little bit of a weird position to be in. He can't just develop Prankster Mage here, or he can go for Ursula Spinner plus Daggerfall Mage. He says to opts just to reset the Thaden here. So this is probably just going to be play Thaden in Shadow and ring the Harpy onto it.
So little to do.
Just as you said.
Well, you're trying to preserve the card draw from Mania here. You don't really want the Dagoth player to be drawing, so trying to deny it is your best course of action. So you Mighty Conjuring come down, and another Execute drawn off
This
the top.
will be
for
answered with
Ashura.
Edict.
Yeah, you have to Edict here, and then
I think you need to attack.
yeah, that's not a trade you're particularly happy about.
No, because the Duelist already has more cards than you.
Yeah.
And most of your cards trade one by one. You play Edict, you...
By the fires of oblivion.
Ashura has a Manticora next turn. But this turn you can finally play Execute. At
Is
least
the
one of
Shara?
them.
I can't remember. Is the Shara running Cloudurst Illusionist?
I will check.
Shara. This is the Tribunal list. She is not. Okay. Unfortunately, unless she skin hounds something here, the duelist is going to get drawn. She does skin hound the Alfie just to deny the card draw. This does also, in theory, force the Atronach to break the ward here, giving
Yes.
you a trade.
This one is in no mood for you.
Now, the duelist could have developed the spinner to trade into the 5/3 to preserve the Atronach there.
But we'll probably play Prankster Mage, yeah, and then Temple Conjurer. With activated Exalt.
Just going wide here. Now, Ashera does have a Manticora here as well, so she can tidy up Shadow Lane
The light of the three.
and get herself to a position here to draw some cards. So just Manticora the Prankster Mage, trade into the 3/1 with the 2/1, and then 5/3 into 7/5. As you see, a Javelin off the top, giving her a little bit more hard removal for this inevitable Tel'Vos Magister that comes out next turn. I'm so glad they gave Manticora its guard back. We're going to see Abner Tharn come down here, eat the Manticora.
The wrong side of history.
Core Randy did buff happen, or unnerf happen,
This might be handy.
because
It
I was
happened-
playing back then.
It happened, I believe, I think it was one of the last balance patches they ever put out. They gave Manticora its guard back. It got nerfed. When did it get nerfed? It got nerfed like a little ways into Houses of Morrowind because Tribunal control was super powerful. And they decided to hit Manticora, which wasn't the problem card in the deck at the time. Because Tribunal had so much hard removal that waiting until turn 10 to cast a Manticora wasn't what was winning them the game. So it was a little bit of a weird choice to nerf Manticora.
So those Tribunal decks were like the 100 cards
We can help one another.
infinite removal decks we see now, but actually viable.
Yes. Yeah, old school Tribunal control was one of the better decks in the metagame. It fell off when people kind of cottoned on to the fact that, oh, Telvanni conscription is broken. So yeah, because I played quite a lot of Tribunal control way back then. But it's definitely not the deck it used to be. We also had a fully powered cast into time back then.
You
We're
know
used
what
to
else is
banish from
broken? Ashera's face. To tie back to the game.
as we see Sentinel Velvet come down for exactly equal.
Dragons lead the series 2-0. So Ashera has to win with 3 decks yet against the last standing deck from the Dramist, which is a Guildsworn.
Mid Guildsworn. This is going to be another tough matchup for Ashera, I feel. The Dwarmis going on the route of just bringing very solid mid range. As we see Ashera run back the Tribunal one last time. See a full ship from the Duamist and Ashera. If I was Ashera, I'd probably ditch the Hound here. Actually, Ashera's not running Winky Spellsword either, is she?
Ditches
She
the
ditches
Prophecy
Harpy.
instead.
Yeah, there's no Windkeep Spellsword in her list either. Okay.
There's a plan. There's always a plan.
This
We're
will be
gonna see
met
a
with Ring Mammoth.
Mammoth. Yeah. Into Mammoth, into Ring Monastic Champion. That is currently Ashera's ideal curve.
I have no patience for fools.
Channel Storm. But we're just going to develop another Mammoth.
There is an Undying
You won't
Dragon
foil my plan.
in your deck builder, but have you heard of the Undying Mammoth?
The young Mammoth had a brother. The first Rune Harpy come out from Ashera. This is gonna clean. It's gonna make the trade a lot cleaner. So 2-1 takes the trade, and we're just gonna see Ring Monastic Champion
Groupies, ferocity.
choosing to contest in Shadow.
And it gets answered by Monastic Champion. Yeah.
Groupies, ferocity.
Don't make me laugh.
See a Merak off the top, followed by a Luzra. I think if you're Ashera, you probably just negate their champion, take the trade, get the value, and just develop the Luzra for the Elfique next turn.
You could even play Skint Hound to protect your champion.
But it's dying to the 4-2 either way, right?
Yeah, but you can at least trade two for one.
Yeah.
Or actually 2 for 3. 1 for 3 because 0 for 3 because you got a 3/3 and you dead with the Monastic Champion. The Khajiit that would have come with it after the breakthrough Qualifier, and you dealt with Isthmus Crusader. So it was 0 for 3.
As we see the Luzra come down, met by a Cradle Crush Giant. But this is a fairly easy Elfique turn here. It takes the trade with the Giant, gets you another body.
And you can attack face with what? 9. No, because the Elfique isn't activated, only 8. Let's ring that +1/+1.
Yep. Remember when Luzra gave +2/+2?
No, because I wasn't playing.
Oh really? Wow, you missed some wild times.
I missed everything. I started playing when Workshop came out, or a month before that.
Been around longer than that.
Careful there, friend.
As we see the Warcraft come down, takes the team trade onto the Elfique. I have to check land 5-3, just preserving the Giant for
My
a turn.
paws are quicker than your eyes.
See a couple of 2-drops off the top here for Ashera, so it's like she's going to be Bruma into Alvalothi into Golden Initius.
The perfect round. And then you hope to win next turn.
Which, looking at the Dwemer's hand, it's fairly likely. I don't think there's any number of draws here, because he has... How much has he got? He's got 10, 13, 17 with bold, plus 4. He's got... Oh, he has lethal. Hold on, the Dwemer has lethal in hand, technically. So Ashera does need to play the Profiteer here, because the Dwemer has 21 damage total here.
Profiteer has to go first,
Yeah.
and then you win. If Profiteer goes second, then you lose.
It's all about sequencing here.
Preparations have been made.
But Ashara isn't the player to mess with that.
I
There's
slay
2-drop,
death.
there we go. Okay, Ashera is safe. She does survive this turn.
And I think the Dramus did not draw anything that could help this match out.
No, just Spinner off the top, which doesn't actually change anything here.
I think the only card that would have helped this situation is a Cradle in Shadow.
Yeah, just to clear off some of the damage. You would have made a full trade.
Yeah, you could have.
Face me.
Then only 3 damage would have left being on board in field. But with this hand, you can't do anything about it.
Twos.
You watch face. I mean your face.
Style points. Let me see, Crusader Assault come down. There's a second bolt, but that is just...
Not yet,
Oh, not quite.
because there will be 1 health left.
You get him for 2, and I think you, I think you wardcraft and take the trade onto the 3-1 here. Because the difference between setting them to 1 or keeping them at 2 doesn't really change anything, but having the extra creature does matter. And if I was a share, I'd definitely be going Shadow with this as well. Having it covered just to avoid interaction.
Friend.
Or to take the trade. The Maraca's now a 6/6. So the Duelist can bolt and spinner, but kind of it. They're still dead to 1 of the creatures.
Bolt and Spinner saves you for a
You're
turn.
at
yes.
1. You're
Yeah.
at 1, but you're basically just delaying the inevitable at this point.
It's a tournament. You delay the inevitable as long as you can.
Is the sheriff running lightning bolt? She is not. There was no lightning bolt in this tribunal either.
Oh,
There are javelins though. Yeah, I was about to say. I think you hold the javelin just in case there's a guard that comes down.
although with the assassin alive, the guard isn't likely to come down.
I think it's far safer us to hold it because you don't mind taking the 6 or
Yes.
the 6 next turn.
I fight with the fervor of the
Spinner,
wild
come
hunt.
down, kill the 2/1. Let's see lightning bolt on the other 2/1. Moose. So you take the swing.
It moves in shadow, and then Ancano has to answer it, and your assassin roams free. You could battle mace the spinner, but still you have nothing you can
Yeah.
do with the assassin. I think you have to play Aaron and hope for something.
Just going for aspect.
Or
here
you
from the
can,
looks of it, on guard.
yeah, this actually saves you with the charge.
The harpy is a very good draw though. So you can javelin plus harpy. Harpy and shadow. Because once the shackle wears off on the end of Duama's turn, you can just Marac it and get him for 6. Because it has charge.
And otherwise, if you don't shackle it, then the master would have won with
I
battle
have
mace.
many important things on my mind.
Oh,
Well, that's just that just guarantees it.
the
We don't get
Miracle
to see
hand
the-
guarantees it as well.
Yeah, we don't get to see the fancy Marac line here. Unfortunate.
Unless Ashura decides to play it.
By the aid
Nah, the Dwarmis is just gonna scoop here.
Da da dee da! No, that's not right.
Oh, unfortunate. But yeah, sure it takes one.
2 to go.
So it is 2-1 to the Duamist currently.
And there is the assassin and the monk left. Which one fares better against mid-range guild farm?
Ooh. I'd probably go with the monk. I think the monk can has the potential of a very quick kill. So you share queue up the consume assassin.
Oh, this is perfect with Conspirator and the Scholar in
Yeah.
hand.
The Dormant's hand is also looking fairly solid, but I think you're happy enough just to ring the Conspirator here. Just cycle off the Scholar
I shall be your eyes and ears.
into a Neophyte. Cycle off the Brute instead, interesting.
Needs to draw more than the bodies.
What's the lesson for today?
No, the main reason I was expecting to see the Scholar pitch was so
By the eight.
You can save a ring shot.
Their maker.
exactly.
You shadow shift and hope to draw something you can play this turn. Or you play the Neophyte now.
I think you just double
Break the
trade
bond.
ring. I think you just double trade ring Neophyte, consume the Scholar. You clear off the board, you get a 4-3 and a 3-2. We're just gonna see the Neophyte come down, just draw a card. Find a Warcrafter.
Shayon.
See a douche come down, pop the 1-1.
We must protect our stronghold.
So get to ward up the 4-3, take the trade. 2-2 into 2-2.
Or you play the Neophyte and trade the Neophyte on board. There is a Scholar in discard pile.
Yeah. I think you want to hold the Scholar for the Alfiq, so you're generating 2 bodies up the Alfiq. Potentially, because I don't think you're going to be getting a fully active Alfiq anytime soon.
Careful there, friend.
You see the Warcraft line come out. And then you can just Shadow Shift the Neophyte afterwards. Opts to hold the Shadow Shift for now. Channel Storm off the top for the Duelist.
That wins for the Neophyte. And then Warcrafter comes down.
Careful there, friend.
Second Alfiq. This is promising. Shadow Shift first, cycle a card. Find ourselves a
Oh.
Manic Jack. Very good
Then
top
you
deck.
play Magic Jack. With mutation. And you can Alphic next turn.
Yeah.
Behold,
You do play Shadow because you know there's a Atonement hand.
monster.
So you want to avoid getting value traded here. And it rolls Ward. Oh.
But
Now, there is
then-
2 Earthbones in hand of Duemis here,
Yes.
so it's not going to matter. We're just going to see a Phalanx come down. Execute. Changing line to execute plus Earthbone.
It's safe, bro.
Yeah. So Cher's just gonna get in for 3 and just develop the first of the 2 Elfiques here. Consume the Ill-Fated Scholar, and then when the Atronach of the original Elfique dies, just develop the second one. Pretty cut and dry.
Dramis drew a Broom Profiteer, so now there is a chance to gain health back.
Yeah, it's a fairly easy Bruma plus Phalanx turn. You're trading into the Alphinic, just play the Bruma in field and the Phalanx in shadow.
Preparations have been made.
To oblivion.
Well, use the trading potential more than the health gain.
Yeah.
I will have your head.
So if you're a share, you're probably just trading the 2/3/2s here, going in for 5.
Unless you giant bet into the Phalanx,
The Phalanx.
attack with the Etroneth, and then your 2/3/2s survive. It depends on if you play Alfic this turn or not.
Yeah.
Because you need an Etronach in this card pile.
She just takes the breakthrough damage here. Same for 3.
And then play Alfic.
Yeah.
Do you play it in Shadow or in Field?
I think you stick to Shadow just because the Wardcrafter still has the Unbroken Ward, and you know about the Tome, so you really don't want to give them a free trade at any point.
I fight with the fervor of the wild
Spinner
hunt.
comes down.
Heals with Ward.
Big Ward, we're gonna see a Bolt come out. Strain, that's a lot of resources coming out just to answer one card.
And then Rest comes into Tez the next turn.
Yeah. So we get in for 3, get in for 4.
And that's more than likely to sit, I think. Because you can set Dramis to 8. Although you don't win next turn. Because you played
no, you
Res
have
in Field.
You have to weave in the...
Oh no. Alright.
Oh.
Stealing the execute just.
Oh!
And the moves.
Oh! Filthy Raspilfers. And the Dumbest has to clear here. That's a sad moose.
Moves and a raw conjurer.
And a tempo 2-2. You're just gonna see Tazcat come down, trade into the moose. Raz gets in for another 4. Yeah, you need to clear the moose here because it doesn't matter if Tazcat dies. Let's leave behind the 4/4 Durzog. Opts for the trades instead. Harpy off the top.
It preserves both your Tusker and your Rams, so it was a safe play.
Thomas Recycle and a Cradle Crush for next turn. I think if you're a share, you're getting it for 4 here first, because if you rip like a Dawnbreaker or Lightning Bolt off the top of Dwemist, you're just Giant Bat lethal immediately. But going this line means if the top deck off Dwemist here is good for her, she has to wait another turn cycle to get in. Prophecy Bolt.
I'll try to draw their
Cloud
fire.
Burst.
Still pretty solid. We're just gonna see Harpy come down here, shackle up one of the One of the 2 creatures.
Then Dennis plays Cradle
Whew.
and Javelin.
Man, this
And
Raz
still
has stolen
loses.
some very good cards.
Yeah. Sadly, this still isn't enough.
Yeah, because there's still a Durzog, there's still a 2/2.
Without the Giant Bat in hand, it would be. But with Giant Bat, Ashura has 4 points of damage.
Yep.
This down.
Unglim
Overdrawing the
getting milled.
Anglin.
In for 2, and in for the final 2.
And this
Ashura ties it up.
2-2. Both of the semifinals players are one win away from getting into the finals and having a chance to qualify. It matters more for Ashara because Ashara did not play last week, so it's likely the only chance to get into the final stage is to win this qualifier. For the Dwemes, getting 3rd place or 4th place is still good enough.
Yeah, so if the Dwemes gets out of this series, he should qualify. So we're gonna see the Strike Monk up against the mid Guildsworn.
With this solid starting hand from Ashara, not so much from the advanced.
Yeah.
With Vivek and Abner Town and
I want to
Cradle.
be an assassin, like Naru.
And then a
Cool,
Rafig. You have Channel Storm for next turn, but no useful cards.
Ooh, and the Sheriff finds a 3-drop as well, just to curve.
Your coin or your life.
2.
Choose.
Oh,
And the
Dwemes is-
Conjuring.
Oh, this draw from the Dwemes is not what you want.
You have to Channel Storm the Aspirant.
As we find a Slinking Jackal off the top here. I think just Jackal Shadow shift it over, just cycle it off. Because you're bringing the Monastic Champion next turn. Attack first, just in case of Prophecy.
Another Rafig.
Oh, just you wait until we get to turn 6.
Here comes an Earthbound.
The forest will not suffer your presence.
More for the body than for the summon effect.
just to have something to fight with. Just gonna see 3/3 into 3/2 here. 4/2 goes face into Ring Champion. Just sending everything face. Okay.
You probably suspect that Damast has a really bad hand.
Are we just shifting out a lane here? We are.
And then ringing the initiate.
Ring 3-drop. Yeah. You need to develop another body here. You need as much pressure as you can possibly get.
Speak,
And you
citizen.
need to do it before turn 8, with Vivek
Yeah.
in to Damast's hand. Because I don't think that Ashara has a good
Oblivion with you.
Preparations have been
removal
made.
for Vivek.
For damage. Yep, slams the Monastic Champion.
The Damast can fingers.
Javelin off the top. But this is
Still lethal read.
this is the
Gavel.
with the gavel.
And then a Cliff Racer.
Oh yeah, Cliff Racer guarantees lethal here. And Ashera takes it, the reverse sweep. 3-2.
And that means that we have our first finalist with Ashara, and the
Congratulations,
Duelist goes into the third place match. The next match we will cast is City Talker vs Ares, the other semifinals, and we will be right back in just 5 minutes. Welcome back to the second semifinals of the second qualifier of the third summer tournament. We are just about to see Eros and Complete Idiot, which is City Talker, battle it out against each other to get into the finals. This match waits more for City Talker because he didn't play last week, so to get into the final stage, he has to win this qualifier. And as we said with Asher and Dwemist, Eros is in the same boat as the Dwemist because he played last week, and then getting third or fourth place, since he already got third by points but fourth by place last week. This means that if he's probably qualified if he can win some matches more. So the decks are that Eros brought the mid-range Battle Mage, a mono yellow mage, the Nyx Assassin, and a Mithril Dominion deck. And City Talker brought the decks Core will tell you about.
Yeah, so again, similar to pretty much every other player in this qualifier, City Talker has brought mid-range Battle Mage. So it's a relatively standard list. Some interesting cards, or some interesting choices, being the 2 copies of Renegade Magister and 2 copies of Fetchifly Golem, as well as 2 copies of Dagon's Flare, just to, I would imagine, to ping both the Fetchifly Golem as well as the Breton Conjurer. Interestingly, there's no copies of Skaven Pyromancer in here as well, just to give you more options in terms of activating your own creatures. But we do see 2 copies of Baron of Tyr, so it looks to be more of a kind of an action. It's mid-range Battle Mage, but more of an action package than the standard Battle Mage top end. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this deck actually plays. The next deck he brought was a Last Gasp Necrom Assassin. So this is basically a death trigger deck. You're looking to develop a couple of Last Gasps and get some value off of Necrom Mastermind. Pretty straightforward stuff. It's basically just a value deck, a mid-range kind of a mid-range value deck. So I'm not entirely sure how this deck is going to play out in practice, but it's going to be exciting to see. Next up we have...
With Telvanni Arcanist and the Spymaster in deck, it will be probably based a bit around RNG.
Oh, a small bit. Oh, yes, 100%. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how it runs. Next up, we have a Rage Guildsworn deck. A deck I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen more of in this qualifier. Rage Guildsworn is a very, very powerful archetype, but we've seen people just tend to build more mid-range. Fairly standard version of Rage. Interestingly, he is running Vanis Galarian, so not entirely sure about that one. Also running Syl instead of Thaden. Thaden, you would normally go for Thaden just for the card draw. Syl is more of a mid-range / aggro creature, letting you deal 3 damage each turn if you have the highest power in the lane. But yeah, no, relatively standard list of Rage. So again, interesting to see how the specific card choices in here are going to play out, specifically the Syl. I'm going to be very interested to see how it actually works with the rest of the deck. And finally, we have a aggro Dagoth list. So this is a more burn-focused version of Dagoth, burning cards such as Blood Sacrament alongside House Kinsman for large burst capabilities, as well as Blackhand Messenger. We also have Crushing Blow in here, Lightning Bolts, and Sentinel Bassmates alongside 3 Cliff Racer. It's a pretty low to the ground list. It seems to be aiming to end the game by around turn 5, but it does have a couple of options if the game has a tendency to go a bit longer in the form of Raz, Ankano, and Taskat. So yeah. We have the bans already, so Complete Idiot / City Talker has banned Eros's Support Mage, and Eros has banned the Battle Mage from City Talker. So yeah, we'll get straight into the games.
Dagoth versus the Dominion deck from Eros.
So this should be... It's difficult to say, just because I'm not entirely sure how Burn Dagoth really plays. It's not a list I'm familiar with, I'll be honest. I'm more used to the standard versions, just of creature aggro Dagoth. But it's gonna be interesting to see how this plays up against the Uprising list. In theory, City Talker should be able to get under this Dominion deck. But we do see a very, very good opening hand from Eros with Estes Guild Recruit followed up by double FGR, as well as having the Dagon Seducer for the follow-up healing. Let's see the FGR come down in front of this Slinking Jackal.
Everything was taken from me.
But then there is a Babylon speed to evade the guard.
5. First Rune Prophecy.
Hit a golden initiate right off the top.
Speak,
Yep.
citizen. You have my gratitude.
That's a very easy trade to take. Second FGR is going to come down here, I'd imagine.
Or
Just
you
to
can
guarantee
ring
you can-
out the Seducer
I will cut your purse to oblivion with your throat.
if you are more worried about the burn. The Dagoth can bring out.
Prepare yourself.
And Ross does go for that line.
I will be triumphant.
See Enraged Dragonite come out. Seducer won't be able to take this trade. I would imagine we're just going to see a second FGR come down here.
Or you play the second Seducer. You just draw on. And then you don't lose tempo that much.
Prepare yourself.
Max damage from 2-4.
I will cut your purse and your throat.
Then Sitoka can trade.
Keep your distance.
Silences the healthy one and just takes the trade into, I imagine, the one that's got drain on. Yep. Get in for 2.
You deal with both drains the same turn. And then you protect your now 6-2.
Ross rips a Will-O-the-Wisp off the top.
It's
For
FGR
yet more
and
drain?
the Will of the Wisp this time.
Yeah.
Trading in Shadow.
A taste.
And then you play Will of the Wisp in Shadow or in Field.
I think you play in field behind the FGR.
Yeah, I think so too. But there is an opponent to be made to be played on Shadow. But I rather you drain more than the trade into the opponent.
See Dunestalker off the top here. Get very straight to the 3-3. Ooh. Central Reclaimer off the top. That gives Eros a bit more drain. If he wants to take it.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Do you give City Talker more cards? Because you can play the Steel Sword and then attack phase. Oh,
Suits up the Argonian, interesting. Immediately answered by a Fear Totem.
actually this
No.
isn't that bad.
I think you just bounce your own Cliff Racer here. This way, if you bounce the Cliff Racer, Ross can't actually trade into it. But we're probably going to see Cliff Racer attack, Fear Totem, play the Cliff Racer again.
Time to move.
Are we trading with the 4-2? We are, okay.
Power flows. The light of the three.
Mentor's Ring off the top for Ross.
Without the drain, it's useless for now. But then it can swing the game really fast in Eros' favor. Especially against this burn type of Dagoth.
We're just going to see the A-Ren come down.
Aaron in field, and then City Talker has a chance to trade or go face if he wants to. There is a Manticore coming down turn 9. If the ring will be saved, the
Let's
recharge.
put things to use.
Goes face instead.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, just commits the Dementor's ring.
Ready.
Interesting choice to decide to try and race here. See fingers.
Friendly wager.
It's a very good fingers for Ross. You kill off the 3-1, the 2-2, and the 4-3. But is that enough? You take 7. 7 plus 4, it is. You survive on 2 with the attack in hand.
You're left in the draw from City Talker's mercy.
Yeah. But there's no Afflicted Elites and there's no Camnor Heroes in City Talker's deck.
You need to play the fingers now. And after the fingers you can't play just the...
Just the flavor here.
yeah.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
You play Steel Dagger now as City Talker has a chance to trade better.
There's 7 damage in hand.
And
I'm
Kinsman.
feeling lucky.
Comes down.
They cannot
It's a blood sack. Sack the 3-2. And a Ross scoops.
denies the chance to City Talkers. People play.
City Talker takes game 1 with the burn Dagoth.
That leaves the Assassin and the Guildsworn. Where the Assassin is more of an aggro deck, while the Guildsworn is mid-range or control.
I wouldn't call the Assassin aggro. I think it's more just value. It's mid-range value.
Against Ares, you are playing aggro.
Yeah. And City Talker's opening hand is not great. Loyal House Carl, seeing play for the first time in a very long time. As Ross has drawn a... Gee, we're still resolving Ross's mulligan here.
You probably... I think you keep the fingers.
Hello there.
No. You just hold the rapid shot and you try and find something else. We do find a Breton Conjurer.
This might be handy.
So this is a turn 4 Conjurer plus rapid shot into a turn 5 Temple Conjurer. We have a turn 2 Cunning Ally. As City Talker finds a 1-drop into 2-drop.
Watch yourself now.
Plus the dagger to trade into this Cunning Ally if he plays it in field. Commits
Let's
to
shed
it.
some light on
Gets
the
the
problem.
Firebolt. So City Talker is going to dagger the Wardcrafter, take the trade, and then on the following turn, Ross is going to develop Lozra plus Firebolt, the 3-1.
And Cleric is the perfect draw to keep the Warcrafter alive.
That
Because
is,
you know you Ares has a firebolt.
that's very, very good off the top. Yeah, this throws Ross's turn. Throws it off quite a bit. Just gonna see Sentinel Claimer come down. Likely just ring the dagger onto itself. But that gets entered by the turn 4 spinner
The spinner,
in
yeah.
City Talker's hand.
Something useful.
And then you can answer the Aeternach with Loya Housecarl.
Yep. I think what instead of using the rapid shot here. So yeah, this is, I think it's a... Oh, goes for the trade, okay.
Speak, citizen.
How's the spinner for a conjurer? But then
Ross-
Aros
yeah,
has
Ross
rapid
is-
shot anyways.
Well, we know City Talker knows about the firebolt. So he could always just activate with the firebolt. Thinking about just exalting this conjurer here.
The elements are mine to control.
Oh, goes for Breton Rapid Shot. This is still a solid house, Carl. You can just
Yeah.
By our service, we honor
you can
kind.
just full trade here. Rostin Firebolt 2/2. Or you can just exalt the conjurer here. I would prefer just to see the conjurer be developed.
Especially
likely just-
because the City Talker did not attack for the last 2 turns.
Yeah, exactly. But I think Ross is going to hold it and do it next turn just to try and guarantee the turn 7 conjuring. But if he's going that line, he has to develop the Luzra this turn.
My paws are quicker than your eyes.
Opts for the Descending Thief instead.
By the 8th, they will meet their maker.
The TFM come down. This is a good fingers. Pop a 1/1. Get the ward off and then kill the Daggerfall.
Too slow.
Let's probably cycle off the Steel Sword here.
Or the Berserker.
Does opt to get rid of the Berserker.
Speak, citizen.
Usually plus
And
12
draws one.
draws in the Berserker. I thought there was only one in the list.
You have to still sword the...
Too slow.
Yeah. Ditch the second. And you play Conjurer, Exalted. Oh! Clears the initiate instead. Which saves him from getting
I fight with the
Conjuring.
fervor of the wild hunt.
So it was the right line.
Also opts to hold the hunger there.
I think it's because of rage.
Shot finds Abner's Iron. Abner's Iron is going to copy the spinner effect and kill it. Or you could just develop Blizzard plus Exalt Temple Conjure here, which is probably the line I would go with personally. Just because it's a bit harder to deal with.
Too slow.
La da da dee da. Now that's right.
Problem is that City Talker has a red gear in hand,
Three.
which will be active after
Next
turn.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think if you're a City Token, you're taking the trade here with the 3-3 and just belligerenting the 5-3 back.
Yes. That denies Conjuring as well.
Also stops him putting a Astronach Engrave for the Alfiq.
You can Lightning Bolt, Billy Giant, and then Flamethrower.
You can also get into a tempo war here with your opponent.
With City Talker having a red gear, it won't be as efficient.
Yeah, this is if he goes with this line here of the very entertaining belligerent giant minigame that that sometimes gets played, he's gonna lose out because of the red gear.
Otherwise, this will be the perfect choice.
I'll get this
But
yet.
a rage for the hunger as red gear comes down. Unfortunately for Ross, this does just give this just does save the belligerent from the red gear. As the Sentinel Reclaimer come out,
Well, let's see if we can
likely
find
followed up
something
by
useful.
this Flame Atro.
I see a reason to hold Flamethrower and play it with Conjuring next turn.
He holds the weapons. Just to try and guarantee
Then
the
yeah, you still do Flamethrower now.
yeah.
And then,
If-
you
No,
have to
it's-
Ancano the Miracle.
No, you're just going to go Steel Sword plus. You're going to go Steel Sword, Conjuring, and then trade. That is the safest line because you do need to remove this this Mirac. If it was in Shadow Lane, then yeah, you'd have to commit the Ancano. He is just going to commit the Ancano instead. Okay. The far safer line here is just Steel Sword plus Conjuring, then take the trade onto the Mirac.
I have many important things on my mind.
But with this line, you leave yourself kind of open to getting answered.
Let's put things to use.
See, Phalanx. So Abnersar is going to kill the Ancano.
I will not be on the wrong side of history.
Never give ground.
Ah, yes. 6-3 and then... Yes, yeah, no, this is correct.
Because then you get a favorable trade.
Yeah, yeah.
You can play Conjuring and Lightning Bolt this turn. But then the Conjuring will be delayed with Belly Giant in hand.
Mm-hmm. You have Belligerent Giant, plus you have Guildsworn Oathman. So
You
can
could
get
play
get
Alphic too if you want to protect Encano.
I think if you're Ross, you just want to cast this Mighty Conjuring.
Yeah. It was sitting in your hand long enough. Oh.
So this is a very good turn for City Talker. So you're just going to bounce the 8/8, play the Guildsworn Oathman, take favorable trade. This also now puts Ross in a position of pretty much being dead to rage at any time because of the improvised weapon plus 4 bolt to remove wards. Luckily, he's not on the ring, so there's no hunger, Crusader's Assault, improvised weapon, rage shenanigans.
With Assault, you don't even need the weapon.
Yeah. Just for
damage,
excess
yeah.
damage. Yeah.
We will see the Leviathaneth, and then it will be answered with Forkbolt and Battle Mace.
I keep a spare blade in my boot. Stendar, give me strength.
I'm feeling
I
lucky.
think there is a chance that we will see Battle Mace and Rage and Ride for doing. Yeah. Ares does not hit any prophecies, which means City Talker wins the second game as well. Going
Safe
2-0.
play there. The safe play there for City Talker was to actually play the improvised weapon on the giant after the rage, so then they're just dead to a 4 bolt. Just in case there was like double harpy out of prophecies there that locked onto 2 attacking creatures, they would have been alive on 1 HP.
So it's the assassin left,
Yeah, so
going
just
up against the Dominion again.
so you're probably just gonna ship everything bar Varanus Courier here. Okay, keeps the Black Hand Messenger. Finds a Balmora Spymaster.
Time for Hydras.
That Spymaster could be anything!
I do not fear death.
Yeah, turn 2 FGR come out.
The Night Mother will
Transferred
guide
by
us.
Black Hand Messenger.
Discerning Thief.
My paws are quicker than your eyes.
Going to see
The
a
Black Hand
Ungolem
sees
and
all.
potentially Ring Baroness here.
My sword hand itches.
Eros has an Uprising in hand. So if he can build a board and survive long enough, then he wins. The question is if he can build a board.
Hand is not exactly conducive to it.
Yeah.
We're probably just going to see either Execute and Warcrafter or just Dawnbreaker. Just because the Assassin does not have any easy way of dealing with a giant creature.
I would prefer Executing Warcrafter this time, yeah. You can play Dawnbreaker
And
after.
make my death mean something.
As City Toker finds a Necro Mastermind up top.
Do you trade with the Black Messenger
Careful there, friend.
instead of the 1/1? Because you know that you're playing against a deck that wants to trigger less caps.
I don't think it matters because it's the summon is the more important side of Black Eye Messenger. The last gap just it only pings face, so you're not worried about it trading off a creature or anything like that. So I think you're more worried about killing the 1/1. It's more proactive. Let's see double Brutal Ashlander come out. Frost is probably gonna go the safest way of just using support he can.
Face me.
See the second Warcraft come out.
Do you give War to the Discerning Thief or to Warcrafter?
You give it to the Thief here, I think.
Because if you give it to the Thief, it will still get pinged by the Ashlander.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're Ross, you simply don't get a hit.
Friend.
Just have the Ashlander miss. That's the correct line of play.
Superb work.
I do love a good fight.
Oh, amazing. Ashlander does find his mark, but unfortunately the ward has protected it. We're probably just gonna see the Claimer come down. Or are we just gonna see Dawnbreaker? Dawnbreaker is probably the safer line. Man, it's been a hot minute since I've seen a Deshaun Avenger.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Claimer comes down. We're just gonna see a trade plus dagger.
Too slow.
Okay, cycle off.
The dagger and play the Steel Sword on Reclaimer.
I would have been more inclined to cycle off the Uprising at this point.
I'm telling you, if you are playing Uprising in a deck, you have more connection to it than to just ditch it. You have chosen to play Uprising over other cards. After that, if you ditch Uprising, then you betrayed your lover. You don't do that.
It's just it does nothing at the moment, and
You don't care, it's an Uprising. Sorry, this is the reality of playing Uprising.
Does the Spymaster plus Kinsman come out? Siege Joker really wants to craft a board where he can get maximum value out of this Mastermind, but it's not going to happen, I don't think.
You can wait until you can play other creatures from hand and then Mastermind.
That's a long way off, though. I think if you're a Siege Joker, you're just playing Kinsman Shadow, Spymaster Shadow, and next turn firing off the Necro Mastermind.
Count on it.
Does take the trade. It passes. Yeah, so next turn is going to be Spymaster plus Necron Mastermind, I would say. See a Lightning Bolt come out on 3-3. Dark Dave takes a favorable trade and Dark Rebirth.
Oh. It would
Finish
have
off
protected
is-
it from finish off if
Yeah.
City Talker wants to play it. And does, yeah. And passes. Interesting.
Ross thought about playing the Dark Rebirth last turn. He hovered it.
Yes.
I bark and bird. This is interesting.
Boris the Kinsman.
Draws a card, finds a Dominion Battle Reef.
The single battle reap in his deck.
City Talker passes again.
The Black Hand sees all.
City Talker really playing for as much Necron value as he can here.
I'm telling you, you have 10 Magic and X down with ring.
Yeah, we're just gonna see Kinsman, Spymaster plus Mastermind, I would say.
Oh, not anymore.
No, Courier plus Spymaster.
They
Oh.
cannot hope to outwit
We are going
me.
for Kinsman. Just
Oh.
Kinsman? Just Kinsman? Really? You see, he's trying to wring as much value out of the Spymaster as he can possibly get. He wants to hit the biggest possible thing.
I think at the end of the day, we can comprehend this deck.
True.
Because he passed now for... He passed for 2 turns, and then this was a light pass with playing on the Kinsman.
What's he worried about out of Ross's deck that he's like not committing?
The second finish off is Drutuda.
Yeah. There is only 2 on the deck.
For the Black Hand.
You will die where you stand.
All I know is this Tenacity is going to be really, really good once City Talker rolls Daygother off the Spymaster.
I just realized what you said.
See my blade come. Let's go then. My time is precious.
I have a feeling that Mastermind is coming down next turn.
Yeah, 100%. He's finally crafted a hand where he can extract a lot of value.
And then we will see if Degator decides to show up.
It won't happen next turn. It'll be the following turn when the Spymaster is properly killed. There'll be a Daygother, and then Nasty's going to come down and it's going to completely blow him out.
What say you about 2
For the Black Hand.
Degathers?
I will cut your purse and your throat.
Is there an 11 cost dragon?
11 cost dragon.
What is the best 11 cost creature in the game? Probably the Vathfear, right?
Or the 15/15 breakthrough.
Oh, Siege Caller. Yeah. I think the Vathir is probably the better thing to draw Spymaster though. Deals 6 and makes a 6/6 every turn.
My sword hand itches.
So let's see Spymaster,
I strike like the Morag Tor.
Necron Mastermind,
Let's see what we
draw
draw.
2 cards.
Some thieves have manners.
Ah,
Oh.
Jim Stacy.
Superb
Of
work.
course.
If I'm Eros, I'm really tilted right now.
Yeah,
You can't give the Dark Rebirth, and you can't give a Uprising, so you need to give a Nazi.
You don't particularly want to give a Nazi either.
But you have to.
Yeah, this is.
You're not giving Dark Rebirth into the Mastermind or the Jim Stacy, and you're not
this-
giving Uprising.
This is such a messed up Jim Stacy.
I think this was the worst thing for Eros.
Oh yeah, no, this is absolutely one of the worst outcomes that could possibly have happened, especially given his hand right now. Balmora Spymaster just doing his thing.
Will City Talker not have this board? I would actually consider... No. I'm an Xbox player. I'm not considering giving a pricing order anytime. I'm still giving
you
a
imagine-
Nazi.
Can you imagine if Ross just pitched that uprising when I said? This wouldn't be nearly as bad. Yeah, I have to give the Anasi.
You protect your lover, whatever the
You're
cost.
too kind.
Oh, and the emote just to rub in. Just to rub in, rub it into the wound even more.
Baroness into Dark Rebirth.
Pretty good.
Let's go then. My time is
Oh, and City Joker has a Dark Rebirth in hand.
Yep.
Let's go then.
Oh,
My time is precious.
I think if you're City Toker, you're probably just rebirthing the Mastermind here, though. Well, it depends on what the Spy Master rolls, I guess. Second Spy Master.
Yours
Are we gonna see this Spy Master roll like a Vanis Galarian or something? It's gonna be dumb, right? Ah! Of course!
no way.
Of course! Batch, yeah! Makes sense!
I want to have Spy Masters like that.
Behold,
All mine make spider workers. My god. I mean, you can just rebirth this Frostwing Dragon. It's actually very good.
I fly like the wind and the
We're just gonna see
shining
rebirth
projectile.
on Mastermind here.
The ambition of the Telvanni knows
To
no
get another
bounds.
rebirth. There is
They won't be expecting this.
chance.
Unexpected arrival. Fingers.
Protects us.
Sure. Why not?
It wasn't even needed with fingers in hand.
No. I still think like rebirthing the Frostwing Dragon is actually one of the better lines there because you kill both things as well. But yeah, no, this is
After this
Vroom.
match, oh,
we're just spinning the wheel here, and that's what more could you want?
like you're getting into the
Yeah.
finals with this.
That's,
Alright, that means that we have
that's
the finals and the third place match set up already, which is the finals will be Asharo versus City Toker, and the third place match is Dramist against Eros, and we'll be right back in just 5 minutes. Welcome back to the finals of the second qualifier. It seems if I have said we are watching the third place match, it was a lie, because the third place match was played off camera due to scheduling issues, and it was 3-1 for the Dwemes, so Dwemes secures third place and Raiders gets fourth. We will see how this affects the points after the finals, which is Asher versus City Talker, where Asher brought Assassin, Monk, Guildsworn, and the Mid-Troll Tribunal, and City Talker brought Battle Mage, the Last Cups Assassin, Guildsworn, and House Dagoth. The bans are already in. Both players banned Guildsworn, although they weren't the same type of Guildsworn decks, and we are ready to go into the matches themselves.
So game 1 is City Talker on the Dagoth and Ashera on the Mid-Troll Tribunal. This is actually a matchup, I believe, that potentially favors Ashera, assuming she can get over the first couple of turns here, but having Warcraft plus Negation in hand is a promising start. See Doomstalker, Battle Mace, and a Reclaimer in the hand of City Talker.
Asher dishes the Javelin and gets a Manticore instead.
Yeah. Although she does find an old Velocity Assassin up top, which is not bad at all. See a counter drawn for City Talker.
As Asher, you can play Warcrafter now, or the Assassin, and then Warcrafter it next turn, which is a much better line, I think.
You go for the Assassin here just to get the rally off.
I slay the unworthy.
Because the difference between a 2-1 Warcrafter and a 3-2 Warcrafter is actually fairly big.
Well, let's see if we can find something useful.
Yeah, so this is one of those times. So you swing here first to see where the rally lands.
I think I might play Thief first and then rally. Because you only need 3 power for the Reclaimer.
It finds the Manticore, so you're definitely just dropping Thief here in Shadow. The main reason you want to rally first is to protect Thief potentially from Lightning Bolt. Because the Thief plus 4/5 makes it very, very hard to kill. A Harpy comes down. Emperor's Blade is a very good find off the top. If you're sure, you could consider just negating the 5/3, but I think it's better just develop the blade here.
But then the blade gets traded.
That's still saving you 5 life in the long run. Protects the Thief for a turn. Obviously, we know there's a Battle Mace in hand, so it's not quite that simple, but...
Goes for the negation line.
Yeah, this is the other potential line. Do Smuggler off the top.
Keep moving.
Shift 2-1. Stalker.
Let's put these
And
to
then go
use.
face.
It's gonna be pretty much stopped dead by this Hive Defender.
Execute is useless now. Until the Temple Conjurer comes down, of course.
So I think in this position, Ashera just wants to take a trade. And just dump the Hive Defender. I don't think you even go face with the Thief here. I think you just trade, play Hive Defender in Shadow Lane and pass. And the Hive Defender catches the buff.
If City Talker didn't have a Battle Mace in hand, then it would have mattered much. With this, still you get a clean trade.
Let's put these to use.
The dagger just pushing all damage. is where Ashera can slowly start pulling herself back into this. I think you're happy enough just to snap off the javelin here on the 7-2 and take the 2 trades in Shadow.
Problem is that City Talker has both a lightning bolt and an Arcano in hand. That's 9 damage to face. Needs 3 more.
She does snap off the javelin here just to be safe.
All power
Exalted.
Their blade.
And a Quartermaster in Shadows. This is going to be Alfiq.
And execute.
Mm-hmm. You have to execute the 2-2 in field lane, though, is the only
Yes.
issue.
But then...
At the ready.
Oh,
Ah,
I think this is the better line.
yeah, it's the far better line.
Because you need to save health. Oh, and there is a Housekinsman in hand now for City Talker, which is the 3 more burn damage we needed. And
They
we have,
cannot
yeah.
hook up with me.
Sarioni off the top, though, for Ashera is a lot of health gain.
Yeah.
Also enables the Mitochondria on the following turn, and it keeps the blade out of range of the Encano.
Do you give the drain to the soon-to-be 5/6?
Oh, 100%.
Or do you give the drain to Descending Thief, and then you can use the guard as well? And you can attack without breaking runes.
I think if you're Ashera, because you know the deck is a burn deck, I think if you're Ashera, you want to maximize as much health gain as you can.
I
So
think
I'm pretty
so
sure
too,
you just,
yeah.
I think you just landed on the blade here.
And then if the blade survives, which
The
likely
tribunal
will,
will always
then
come to
you
the
can play
people's
Conjunct
aid.
next turn in
Behold
Shadow.
the
Exactly.
tribunal's
Ashera goes to the guard plan
Just go
instead.
Fine.
And the second lightning bolt.
Ooh, all the burn.
That's that from hand. And then Housekinsman deals 3 more. And you dealt with the drain. You could have Encanoed the
Important things on my mind.
Thief instead. And deal 3 damage while the Kinsman survives.
Yeah, no, Ashera has no outs here. This is why I would prefer to have seen the drain dropped on the blade.
Then City Talker would have had to pay both lightning bolts to deal with the blade.
Exactly. So it gains you 5, but also saves you 8 health in the long run.
Superb work.
And although you have guards in both lanes, it does not stop some actions coming to your face. And this means that City Talker is leading 1-0 in the finals.
Lightning Bolt ending games since 2017. As we go into game 2 here, City Talker on mid battle mate and Ashera running back the tribunal.
Just as in the semis.
Mm-hmm.
Running the tribunal until it wins.
See a very heavy hand here from Ashera.
Trade it for a
Morgan.
much better one.
Yeah. So we're going to see a Warcraft here on 2.
Watch yourself now.
Execute on these flayers is pretty good.
City Talker has the Flayer and Fletcherfly Golem combo in hand.
By the 8th,
Place the
will
go for
meet their
mage.
makers.
Which will be answered by the negation. Or the execute, and then you can play assassin.
It's gonna be execute here with the 2-drop. I prefer to see the negation here, knowing that there's flares in the hand of City Talker, but the execute line is far cleaner
I slay
for this board state.
Without the assassin draw, you would have probably played negation, but
Oh,
with
yeah.
this, it's better now.
Bleed for me.
And there comes the flare.
I wonder, does she just edict this?
I don't think you would edict the flare.
It's likely to just play
played
the blade in front
Blade,
of it.
yeah. Blade in shadow.
You rally first, just to see if you can hit the 50-50 here.
You done?
Unfortunately, she misses. Does snap off the edict
Plays the
here.
edict.
Harpy comes
Happy
down.
Bethesda.
friend.
Is a solid negation plus mammoth.
And then you trade with your Warcrafter.
Mm-hmm. Just develops the blade instead.
By the fires of oblivion.
Ooh, rewarded for holding a negation for the turn.
Your blood will spill.
Since Citrocar isn't playing better Reeves in the deck, not better Reeve, the Reclaimer, that meant that Ashara can play the blade without having to fear from punish. I wonder why she traded the Warcrafter instead of slaying with the Emperor's Blade.
I rend your flesh.
Flygon comes down.
And Ashura has no way to stop the combo.
It's just going to be Shrieking Harpy to shackle the 5/5 and develop the Cleanse
Okay.
Orc here.
Yeah.
Buff does land on the Harpy. You definitely, I think you use mark the damage here on the flare with the Mammoth.
With shackling the Fetcher Fly, I'm not sure about marking damage at the short for this.
I rend
Although this will be punished by the Channel Storm.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can ring out Temple Conjurer.
the light of the three.
What do you Piercing Twilight? There was no Alphic played yet. Maybe you hold it. But then there is a
Oh.
board that needs to be stabbed.
Exactly. So you're trading the Mammoth here, you're trading your trading your
Emperor's Blade?
1/2. I don't think you trade the blade here.
You trade the Assassin.
I think you trade the assassin. You get a blood spell at the end of the turn.
Draw power from their blood.
So the Twilight is now at 5/5.
which actually matters a lot because of the flare.
Yeah, it means it still has to be a double trade here. If you just remove the daggerfalls.
There was only one Daggerfall left.
You're
Is the
too
thing.
kind.
Bolt off the top.
You are not worthy.
This is actually
Orc Curse
a
is very
matchup
good
where
here.
Card Scars isn't that bad.
Yeah, no, locks down the lane for turns. Let's her
And
get
then you have
Manticore online.
Manticora.
Yeah, this is just you snap off the Corpse Curse here.
Maybe you can even let DeAndre not trade.
I think you do trade with the Alfeek this turn. I think.
But then you have already shackled the entire lane. And then I think City Talker will pop the barn.
Oh, okay,
No.
this makes a little bit more sense to me then. Yeah, shackles.
Then
Because it's either silence the flare or take the trade with 3/3 just to guarantee your Manticore doesn't die on the following turn. So Manticore is going to come down here.
and scored by the fingers in hand.
Yeah, so you're going to see 1 and 2 on the Manticore, 3 on the blade plus the trade.
All power
Or we're going to see another exalted conjurer.
light of the three.
With Conjurer drawn, the fingers wasn't that good anymore. But then I'm sure we'll play Phalanx and Hive Defender.
Right, defender.
And there is only so many guards this battle mage can handle.
Will never give ground.
Hold off the top.
Is
for
that the
Toker.
third lightning bolt? Or only the second?
I believe it's the second.
You are not worthy. I will raise your class.
Oh, holding the fingers was a mistake there, I think.
I think he wanted to draw cards. But Asher isn't a player to attack without a reason. But having drain might be a reason enough.
Aid. Behold
Receive the draw
tribunal.
first. Oh no, drain first and
You
then draw.
Give it to the Manticore here.
Gives it to the blade because the Manticore has 7 power now. And she doesn't want to give cards to City Talker, but then passes anyways. Then this is... You have to get rid of the drain. Or you don't, because Asher isn't attacking.
See, this is where playing an action-heavy version of Battle Mage kind of comes back to bite you.
You have to play the Conjuring draw.
Ooh. High roll.
Not as big of a high roll than like the Assassin
Oh
last
no,
round.
but it's still the best outcome for the
Yes.
raw conjuring.
Da da dee da. No, that's not right.
It won't matter that much with Harpy and the Warcrafter in Asher's hand.
City Talker now has to consider this fingers to try and protect the
best protection money can buy.
protect the 7/5 here. Still doesn't commit.
Still doesn't. And
Active
then
money
there is...
conjuring now.
Oh. And you can trade, you can ward, and you can play Conjuring.
Yeah. This is where City Talker's hesitance to fire off this fingers is gonna really start to hurt.
Does City Talker have any way in deck to come back? There is...
Renegade Magister, as he rips Renegade Magister off the top.
Oh,
Now I'm.
just when you need it. And this can clear both the blade
Is the
and the
core of
Ethernet.
knowledge.
No, it couldn't have. It would have been 2 damage off.
You could have cleared everything bar the Atronach, which I think might have been better.
Khajiit will keep you safe.
Because you target the Spider with 1, the Lizard with 2, and then the Blade with 3.
And then this Elfic wouldn't have been active.
Exactly. It would end, the Lizard would be gone, so you wouldn't be facing this giant buff turn, and you take more power off the board as well that way.
Let's shed some light on the problem.
But this Firebolt does clear the front half of the
My
Elfic.
spells are unmatched.
Luzra. But this is just going to be 8-6 trades it to 5-1, then you ward the Luzra.
Speak, citizen.
Opts not to ward the Luzra, interesting.
I have you.
Perhaps we can help one another.
Jarvis and Shadow. Oh,
Queen's Captain on Destroy, I believe.
I might actually consider not playing it this turn, but to play it for draw power. In this situation, because you have Wardcrafter to ward off the Stormatra, but chooses to play it the safe way.
You can pop the face ward here. Second Magister off the top.
Perhaps we can help one another.
And that's the champion off the top for Shara. Shara's getting into a position here where she can just try and OTK here. So Monastic Champion.
Through peace, ferocity.
Wardcrafter on the 8-6, I would say. Opts not to. Baron of Tears is going to punish this.
The best protection money can buy.
Sorry it has come to this.
And then the champion will pop the first room from City Talker.
Yep. So Wardcrafter onto the Monastic Champion to take the trade.
Watch yourself now.
We'll never get ground.
One strike will be all that is needed.
As the first rune broken in this game. See Luzra and a Wardcrafter off top, which don't make that big of a difference here.
And I think this just
Superb
means that
work.
Ashara has enough on board.
Yeah, this is. I think we're finally going attacking.
8, 12,
Strike will be all that is needed.
18, 20,
Mate.
Oh.
Prophecy,
Harpy.
Harpy. What's the
What's
hand?
it? Access defeat. Could he have stabbed it? No.
He would have to have a last rune prophecy as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then it's 1-1.
Ashera takes it with the mid-troll tribunal.
I just realized something. This match, the winner of this match qualifies for the final stage. And because of how things pan out, neither of these players have played in the first qualifier. Which means the second place is eliminated from the final stage.
Ah. As Ashera lines up here with the Consume Assassin into City Talker requeuing with the Battle Mage. ditching an FGR, finding a Mentor's Ring.
What do you want to Mentor's Ring in this deck? I think there was a giant bat, if I remember correctly, but I will check now. Yes, there is 2 giant bats. You can Mentor's Ring.
You can also Mentor's Ring the skeletons off of the Neophytes.
And you have res and res for charge too. Although
Exactly.
when you're at that stage of the game, you probably, if you're not losing, you're probably winning with this type of deck.
I'm just gonna see Ill-Fated Scholar come out.
What's the lesson for today? Let's shed some light on the problem.
Doesn't even need a trade because of the fireball.
The Illicit Butcher is going to probably come out here. Shackle the 2/1 ward.
I have your scent, and soon I'll have your blood.
Plays it in shadow. Do not get trade.
All power flies above the light of the three.
Ooh, this is a very
I
good
might
Mentor's Ring
consider
here.
Mentor's Ringing.
Yeah, this is a very good Mentor's Ring.
Yeah, City Rocker could have popped the bar, but opted not to, and got punished for it. But gets a prophecy. Harpy.
Harpy.
And we are about to see Alfik into Alfik into Alfik into Alfik.
Both players having a double elf each. We're probably going to see Rapid Shot here to pop the board into a double trade.
Ruins the perfect Tesla
The
experience.
best protection money can buy.
Ah, Ghost Barons here makes the trade a little bit
Yeah,
easier.
this was the better line. And then
Then see the Baron here in hand. But we are just going to see an Alfiq here.
Alfik into field or shadow.
I think field. Oh, she's just instead
Oh.
developing the Crocs.
Doesn't want to play an Alfik without having a bonus consume effect.
Does put you behind the Alfiq war though.
I will have you will keep you safe.
Peter Toker's Alfiq is active. The third Crocodile Brute.
You can play Alfik in field now.
I think you just play an Illicit Butcher and the other Crocodile Brute here.
Yeah. With the Star Metro in field, you probably go that way. I might even consider shackling the Alfik instead of the Star Metro.
I have your scent, and soon
Not
I'll
anymore.
have your blood.
If you are
By
playing this
shackle.
in Shadow, then you are shackling the Star Metro.
Yeah, and you're putting the Brute in front of the Alfiq.
or playing Manic Jack in Shadow.
Behold my magnificent monster.
And then it's a race. Which, right now, it might seem like Ashara is really close to winning. But then City Talker has Channel Storm, Lightning Bolt, and Encano in hand. As well as a Cunning Ally, a Rapid Shot, a Battle Mace, and an Earthquake. The entire hand is good for races.
Firebolt. And a Mighty Conjuring.
Time to die.
This one is in no mood.
Don't
for
think
you.
a Sheriff can come back from this. Tazcat off the top.
If there will not have been a Mighty Conjuring draw, then
The
maybe.
Sheriff might have a Taz, yeah.
With the
I'll take
Taz.
this turn. Yeah.
But with the Mighty Conjuring coming down probably this turn. And drawing the Traitor now is late. You have to play the Crocodile.
Annoying wind.
Is this little?
This
We have
one
plus
is in
8
no
from
mood for
hand.
you.
Just
we are
one off.
One off.
You still might do it,
I think you just Encano the 5/3 here.
but Uncano is safer.
Take your 3, you Encano the 5/3 and you set up for a kill next turn with the Battle Mace.
Base the Conjuring instead.
Did the Brave Fox change anything?
You can steal a Rapid Shot. But you still can't fingers the same turn. So you are probably playing Mutation first
Mutation
and
on the
hope for
Gronk.
lethal.
Yeah. I don't think that still doesn't save you though. Because you still just died to field lane.
But then if you roll lethal, then you can play fingers in field and steal the Arctic stays.
Regenerate. That will not do it.
Timer is running out.
The fingers here, you have to. So you have to pop the ward with the fingers, deal 2 to the Astronaut, and then 3 to the Cunning Ally.
My pulse
And then
are
that's
quicker
it.
than your eye.
Yeah, that's game over.
With the
Battle Mace.
Battle
does it.
Mace, you can do your 11, and then even with Harpy,
Bolt,
giving
plus
the last
Encano in hand.
stand, Bolt and Uncano both
A fine
wins the
display.
game, and Bolt wins it this turn. This means that City Talker is up 2-1 against the Shara in the finals. And there is only one deck left. The Blessed Gasp Assassin. Time for more high rolls. Or low rolls and lose against this assassin list from Ashara, and there is the monk yet as well.
I hope we see a goofy assassin mirror.
So it's the monk
Oh.
against the assassin.
Unfortunate.
I think the monk has better chances against this.
I think so.
So
Although
it
we
was the
see,
correct choice.
We see a fire bloom opening here from the assassin. which is bad news for Ashera.
I'm feeling lucky.
Opts not to play the Ashlander.
I want to be an assassin, like Nara.
I bark and burn.
DGR. Oh, the fingers in City Talker's hand will be brutal.
Thank you for sure you're just looking to shadow shift out of lane here.
Care to
Very
make
hammer,
a
bro.
friendly wager?
And
He's
then
gonna
this
get
will get punished by
Ashlander and
Ashlander
Bloom.
Firebloom, yeah. You trade first,
My
you
skin.
guarantee the hit.
Your destruction is at hand.
And then 3 damage goes to face from the Dustbox from Ashlander.
So it's just I think you have to ring the.
You have to
counters
ring,
here.
yeah.
You
A
need
little
bodies.
distraction might prove useful.
You'll not be rid of me that easily.
Schemer. This is a fairly easy second Cloud Rust. Or you could shadow shift out.
I'll try to draw their fire.
Chooses.
I will return.
This does get punished by the Shan Avenger.
Entertain me.
Ring in off the top.
You can play Shadow Shift and Dawnbreaker. And attack phase. But then City Talker has double fingers in hand.
See the last of me.
Then this is
Trade.
Dawnbreaker, yeah.
Breaks, yeah.
The Night Mother will guide us.
And Galeno and the Koranis career.
I will not waste words on one so ugly.
So here's probably where we shadow shift. Shadow shift, play the Brigand in field, and then ring the Gambler in shadow. More than likely. But this will get high punished by fingers.
Care to make a friendly wager?
With the Brigand, yeah.
Golden Sand active, giving you 2 to 4 force in both lanes.
Getting pray more.
Shara is really close to lethal, but has to
Did you
deal
find them?
with fingers and finish off.
Yeah.
And then your hand is at
Feel the Night
ready.
Mother's love.
Javelin doesn't do much here. You will probably Javelin Baroness.
You'll not be rid of me
As we
that
see a
easily.
Seema
The Lord Mother in
and the
Lucifer.
Castle.
I see their strategy.
And the Marsh Blade and the Spy Master. This is a spicy mastermind next turn.
Yep.
I might consider
I think
Javelin
I just
in the
javelined
Kingsman.
0-1. Yeah.
Might be my last battlefield.
Okay. You just play your 2/2 drops.
and then hope that nothing bad happens with the Spy Master.
Something bad, something terrible is going to happen.
Double Spy Master at that.
Oh
I
no.
strike like the Morad tongue.
Oh.
Swiftly and
Let's
silently.
see you in the next.
I have no
Here we
end
go.
of surprises.
This day shall be auspicious.
Alright. Isn't that bad?
Oh,
Oh!
They cannot hope to
you
outwit
spoke too soon. And there is another mastermind in hand.
You're still really close to winning. Unless you choose to trade. You can deal 7 this turn.
Yeah, you get in for your 7-player 4/4 and then hope
And
to go
then
on
you
to
hope,
stroke.
yeah, and you hope that City Rocker does not draw an action.
By my
Because with the Paladin in, and there is the rebirth.
Immediately draws an action.
the black hand
Right when
is all.
you
Rebirth on the messenger here.
and then you can
My fury.
you trade because you want to see if you can get something from the Spy Masters. At least one.
They won't be expecting this.
What else? I think
Color is a coward's blood.
that this pretty much seals the game.
Yeah.
You have to play for a turn yet,
You're
but
finished.
this is
All
just
too
so.
simple.
Oh,
Unless
does this change?
Swift,
You can.
Swift just strike off the top does win you the game here. Unless you overwrite. Actually, no. This stops him from overriding the messenger.
Doesn't
Oh, you
if
don't
you
play
play the
No end.
Angolim minion, or just
I'm ready for anything.
the next and roars another guard.
The
But
conga
the
line of guard.
Asgane was enough on its own.
Superb work.
And it would have been lethal with the second Cliff Racer. Unfortunate.
Oh. Then
the
it seems that
brand
City Talker wins the qualifier with the Last Gaps Assassin. What a day.
Well, you can't say they weren't entertaining games.
This means that we have seen all the matches that were to be seen, and we are about to see who made it to the final stage. So we have Mag from the first qualifier as the winner there, then Complete Idiot / City Talker from here, and in third place comes Eros with 10 points, since he made the third place match both times and got defeated 3-1 there both times. And then we have the Dwemist on 9 points, because I think he got, I don't want to say, I think he got 3 points last week and 6 points this week. So these are your players for the final stage, which you will see in a week. 2 weeks for us, but when this is streamed in a week, yes. So that's it from us. Thank you for watching, and we will see you in a week with hopefully more core. Do you want to see more Let's Gaps Assassin?
You know, I'd be down. I'm down. I'm down to clown.
I think I'm ready to see. I hope that Eros brings Nixax, because I want to see more of that. But then I don't know if he won a game in the third place with Nixax. What else do you have that you want to see in the final stage? Just to put pressure on the players, of course.
I want to see just some good old fashioned aggro.
All
Give
right.
me some mono yellow crusader, please.
Well, there was a mono yellow crusader, not crusader but mage, and it got banned twice. So maybe if we see a mono yellow, it will just get banned because people fear from mono yellow.
Just bring mono yellow mage, crusader, and monk.
And then you can get it banned. All right. I think that's it from us. And thank you again for being here. And thank you, Core, for casting with me. It was blessed.
As always, and congratulations to City Talker for winning it. And unfortunate for Ashera that she didn't make it through after all that. She played so well. But yeah, we'll catch you guys in the finals.
Bye.